professional graphic design services from established companies within Facebook, creating a simple logo to complete rebranding and delivering visual communication with print media. Everything SOS Graphic Design does has a single unifying objective to set your business apart. We are at your service. Call 313-342-2166. That's 313-342-2166 or online at www.sosgraphicdesign.com. Healthcare Academy Sisters Great Skin Hair Day and Natural Hair Care Salon, located at 18070 Mount Elliott Street. Our new salon is spacious with adequate parking, Wi-Fi, and all brand new state-of-the-art salon equipment. Come meet your local hair braiders and natural hair care specialists, and check out our many hair services such as hair treatment, box braids, cornrows, tree braids, cabana splits, children's braids, natural splits, lock extensions, kinky clips, guided blocks, updos, full weaves, and more. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sistersbraids.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Braids, we offer exceptional care for exceptional hair. We look forward to seeing you. Sisters Braids, too, is a proud recipient of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
Now you can watch WHBR TV 33 on Fire Stick. Check all of your favorites. Stay informed. Don't miss a minute of your favorite talk show. Call, text, tweet, post. WHBR TV 33 is worldwide on Fire Stick. For more information, go to FirestickTVNetwork.com or call us at 313-868-6612. WHBR TV 33 of Watkins Broadcasting Company. We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. This is the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together to rebuild the city, and we're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. And for more information,
Which one? The high def. Okay.
88.1 WHPR, Highland Park. WDIE 107.3 FM show, Amalia, Virgin Islands. The views and opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors. Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture?
This conference is being recorded.
And if you're reasonably sure you ever tested that what you feel you know with someone that has a different view than your own, then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a scriptural discussion with the man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon on WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM, WHPR. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible? And if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning. You can call it live on the air. Area code 313-868-4336, 313-868-034. or 80351. And now let's go live with a scriptural discussion with the Son of Man. The views and opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors. Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scriptures and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure you ever tested that what you feel you know with someone that has a different view than your own, then
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Could you call back to the TV station so I can put you live on the phone line?
Okay, hold on. You all,
This service
hold
is
on.
provided by freeconferencing.com. Access code accepted. There are 29 participants in this conference. This conference is being recorded.
You all hold on a minute. Okay, brother. All right.
Okay, sir. We just finished in the station ID and a disclaimer, and we'll bring you on.
All right. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the most merciful, the truthful, and the most just. I greet all of you who have the hunger and thirst for Allah's righteousness. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's salam alaikum. And I want to remind you that this morning, as every morning I try to remind myself, this stuff called water, you need to drink water. And because most of the people in this country are walking around dehydrated, about 90%, and don't even know it, just like I was. I don't know how long my body had been dehydrated, probably for years. And I used to marvel over people running back and forth to the restroom. So we going to the restroom so much. And I might go twice a day. And I could drive from Mississippi to Detroit and might actually need to go to the restroom one time. That's how dehydrated my body was. And I was having attacks that I thought was panic attacks when it was actually dehydration. And so I'm telling you all, you should take care of your body. Force yourself to drink water. It'll pretty soon, your body will start calling for it. But you first have to force it to, force yourself to drink it. And you will notice your urine stream will clear up. And when you go to urinate, you won't have that no strong odor to it and all of that kind of thing. All of that, your legs will stop swelling up on you. You stop retaining water. So that's the body's way of trying to help itself. Since you're not giving it no water, it tries to start holding water, which means that your kidneys are not flushing like they should, and that the impurities that would normally be taken out of you and me, they're not taken out. And so I want to tell you what life, Allah's word says this. He says, there is a way, you've read it in the book, there is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Well, what that's actually saying is there's a way of living life that seems right to a man, to men, but the end result of those ways of life that we choose is killing us, leads to death. We die because we don't know how to stay here. Death is not a force. It's just like the darkness. Darkness is not the opposite of light. It is the absence of light. Darkness is a thing that is created. It is not a force. It is not an element. It is the absence of elements. Wherever there's matter, there is light. You see? It's time that you and I learn the truth so that we stop thinking that it's like death is the opposite of life. There ain't no such thing as death is the opposite of, no, death is the absence of life. Anyway, I'll be happy to take that up in argument with some of these let me not offend me, with the scientists of this world. But anyway, yesterday I gave you a new definition. I don't want you to think that's the only definition of God. Giver of divine truth. That the giver of divine. That God is just giver of divine, but I had to add the last part there, truth. You see, there's many people that the word is with. Remember, the word is with the giver of it. Is that right? So I don't want you to think that we don't know what we're talking about. But God also means, it's just like in Genesis, it says, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion. Well, that you notice the it's not enough to say, and God said. We should say, and the God said. There, and Allah said, the God said, the grantor of dominion said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion. So the one who gave it to him was the one who granted it to him, huh? I didn't hear you. Oh, yeah. All right. I told you I'm just growing and growing and growing. It's more. I woke up yesterday, and Allah had revealed to me the answer to that question. You remember my brother asked me a while back, is God an acronym? And I told him, no, not that I know of right now. Some words to that effect. But If you ask the right question soon, you get the answer. Allah told me to just be patient. Can't rush it. You have to be patient. And but everything will eventually come to me. The answers to all of my questions, the solutions to all of my problems. And when they come to me, that's just like you. You notice your body, it does not actually think for itself. It has a member that thinks for it. Do you understand? There's only one member of your body that can see, hear, speak, and reason. And that member is the one that all these other members, see how I'm wiggling my hand can't wiggle my head, but my head can wiggle my hand. Do you understand? And so the best form of leadership is the benevolent dictator. Your body, your body is the example of that. The head is always naked, but it clothes the body. Huh? Why is the head always naked? The head is truthful. It's full of truth. There's the naked truth. I didn't hear you. Now the only time you notice the head get covered is when he's getting ready to be untruthful. He want to go rob somebody or somebody. He getting ready to go fight, getting ready to go gas somebody, getting ready to go do something he ain't got no business. But other than that, the head stays naked. The truth don't need no clothes on. Praises due to Allah. Anyway, I want all of you to know that I'm not here to be harmful to you. I'm here to take that which is harming you away. The mind that Yaqub put in his people, and they are called the Made Asians, Caucasians. That mind that he put in them was what granted them dominion for the past 6,000 years. And the 6,000 year period is up now. And the fathers are now reawakening, you see. And they're all awakening right here in this brain here, you see. And I'm to keep a promise, as we said to him, that curse will be on you until the day of judgment. And in the Holy Bible, it teaches you in around the 20s, I think it's the 22nd chapter. It might be the 21st. I'll tell you in a minute. Where's that at? It says, and there shall be no more curse. It's in the Holy Bible. In the 22nd chapter of Revelation, yes. I thought I remembered it was in there. It says in the, let's go to the first verse. Because remember now, where's the, when Jesus was speaking, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Don't worry, I'm going to get to the Mueller report, but I want to make sure that I give you a balanced meal here. And Jesus was saying that he that believeth on me, out of his belly. Where's that? Let's see. See if I can find it. In the 7th chapter of John. Did you say the 7th chapter? Yes, sir. And the 7th chapter of John? Oh, it sounds like you said the 8th verse. It says, this is the 38th. This is the, I'm going to start at the 37th verse. It says, in the last day, that great day of the feast, Jesus stood and cried, saying, if any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. He that believeth. Now remember now, he had already said, blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness. For what? For they shall be filled. But the people in this world ain't hungry and thirsty for righteousness. They have not been hungry and thirsty for righteousness. When they was given a chance to choose Jesus, to let him go because he hadn't did nothing, they said, kill him and let Barabbas go. Huh? So they wasn't hungry and thirsty for righteousness, now was they? All right. So Jesus said, if any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. Well, I was thirsty, and so I drank. And yes, this next verse says, he that believeth on me, as the scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers. Not a river, but rivers of living water. Think over that. Now go to the 22nd chapter of Revelation. It says, and he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne, out of the brain of God and of the Lamb. Huh? Out of the brain of the giver of divine understanding and of the Lamb. I gave you another definition of the acronym. Huh? It has many meanings. Then it says, in the midst of the streets of it, and on either side of the river was there the tree of life. You'll notice when you open up the Holy Scriptures on both sides, both pages, either side of it, there's words of life. Ain't that right? Yeah. Thank you, baby. And it says, which bear 12 manner of fruits. Remember the 12 major scientists and the 12 minor ones, the 24 elders? And why does it say 24 but only 12 rule? Because the 12 who was ruling is just like when you go into the presidency of the United States. You notice the president has a vice president, right? Now the president is the one that rules, but the vice president, just in case something happens with the president, then the vice president can take over, right? Well, those minor ones become the major ones when the major ones passed on. Do you understand? And they was passing on that knowledge from teacher to student. And that's what we had for eons. I mean, just trillions of years. We never had one God, you see. We had 12 who ruled as one. That's where you get the term 12 inches in a ruler. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me. Then it says, which bare 12 manner of fruits and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. Well, when you know that the family tree of life is the messengers of God, as Jesus said, whosoever doeth the will of my Father, the same as my mother and my brother and my sister, then the messengers of God are the tree of life. They are the family tree of life. And the leaves that came from those trees, you notice, you call leaves, we call them leaves because that's exactly what they do at some point in time from that tree. They leave the tree and become fertilizer for that tree and for other things. Is that right? Okay. Well, the leaves, the knowledge that left the mind of the messengers of God, we call these papers leaves. You got loose leaf notebooks. Is that right? These are leaves that are binded together in a book. They're not a loose leaf, but they are leaves, right? And they left the mind of the messengers of God, and now they are for the healing of the nations after Allah put them in this living syringe here. You see, you notice when you want to inoculate people, they generally put the medicine in a syringe. So Allah told me, son of man, take the book and eat it up. And I'm his syringe. And unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing. And the leaves thereof are for the healing. What did it say? Let's read it. In the midst of the street, that's the second verse. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his brain, in his wings. In the wings of my mind, there's healing for you. Then it says, and there shall be no more curse. This is the day of judgment. On you was a curse till the day of judgment. Now I'm taking that curse off of you. All of this misunderstanding that you have had about the word of God, which caused everybody to die. You know, the ruler, the Caucasian, he's been the ruler, and he has understood many things. But the natural mind that we gave him could not perceive and could not discern spiritual things. And so by him going into the spiritual books and call himself giving you understanding of them, he misled you. Now, the one thing he did know, he knew he was misleading you. Yeah. As he said, my Lord, as you judge me to be Aaron, I'm going to certainly make evil fast seeming to him on earth, and I'm going to cause all of them to deviate, except thy servants from among them, the purified ones. And the only ones that he couldn't mislead was the prophets and messengers. And they are the purified. They were purified. You see, do you understand? They were the chosen ones. Just like these people run around here calling themselves Jews. Well, they can call themselves Jews all they want, and you can follow them if you want to. But that's not the chosen people of God. The Ews are the chosen people of God. E-W-E-S. Ews. And they were the ones who produced the lamb. Ewe is that's a symbolic term that was used for the messengers of God, because what they was given was going to one day be transformed into a man. The word that they was given was to one day become a flesh and blood human mind in a human being. And that human being is standing here. And I'm called the Lamb because I came from the Ews. Do you understand? All right. So now, all of you disrespectful people out there, I'm not going to have to see you pretty soon. I'm not going to even have to be on the same earth with you pretty soon. You're going to be away from here because I offered you salvation, and all you offered me back in return was insults and a desire to see my death. But you won't see it, but I will see yours. It's written, it said, bring all those mine enemies that would not that I should reign over them, and slay them before me. So, but now, let me give people justice. I'm not a bigot. Anything you've heard me teach or say that you think you need to correct or that you take offense with and you want to discuss it, the phone line and the microphone is now open. You got something you want to say to me?
Excuse me, Senator, we have somebody that left a comment on the guest book.
Yes.
From Europe, Malta, Adrian Catania, brother who says he's born Catholic. His comment was, may Allah salam alaikum, Mr. Muhammad, son of man. I am Adrian from Malta, and I have been following your teachings via internet for almost 5 years. Recently, I made an intervention during one of your lessons, asking what need to be done to become a member of the new Nation of Islam, and as by your instruction, I made my donation within the GoFundMe charity site. What I am confused about is the fact that I don't know what to expect next. That is, if there are other procedures that need to be taken. With regards to this, I have a few questions for which I am sending this message to the Son of Man. My first query relates to the dieting subject. I often heard the Son of Man saying that there is a particular diet that must be followed. I tried fasting for 3 days in a row a couple of times, but I am not sure of the procedures that need to be followed either for fasting or for daily diets, and I would appreciate some information with regards to the subject.
All right. The first thing I want you to do, which you probably have already done, all of you, regardless to who you are, I want you to stop eating pig. Don't eat another bite of pig. And as you produce your food, now this goes for white people too. I mean, that curse is no longer. We're not interested in holding you accountable for doing what we had ordered you to do. Just stop now. Now start. It's time for you to preserve yourself and to live. I want all of you to live. So don't eat no more pig. And you may say, well, I've been eating it all my life. And well, Allah has been merciful to you all your life. What you think it meant when it says in the scripture that their worm dieth not? The reason that it say your worm won't die is because it have been dying. Allah have been being merciful to you and making all them kind of worms that's in that pig, he make them die so they don't really harm you and give the appearance that don't nothing happen to you when you eat wrong and eat the poison meat. But that is now it's time to stop. So don't eat no more pig. And if you eating 3 meals a day, what you could do is you can go from 3 meals to 2 meals if it's hard on you. You might want to eat your skip breakfast. Don't breakfast ain't unless now if you're children, and I don't tell your children to do that. If they still growing and whatnot, you give them their breakfast. They need that. But if it's just you grown, if you grown, your bones have formed and everything, then skip breakfast. That's the worst meal you can eat. Haven't you noticed when you finish eating, you get sluggish? That's one of the reasons that people, when they're trying to get you to make a deal or whatnot, they tell you, let's do lunch. Because your brain slow down when you're eating. Anyway, this is what I want you to do. If you're eating 3 meals a day, eat 2 meals a day for a couple of weeks. And then after you get through with your 2 meals, now understand something. If you have some kind of sickness, this diabetes, some, something that requires you can't eat when you don't have perfect health already and you're under doctor's care. I'm not telling you to disobey your doctor. I'm telling you to follow the doctor's instructions with your medications and whatnot. And then gradually, as you get better, then you can start practicing how to eat to live. It is eating that keeps us here. And it is eating wrong that takes us away from here. Eating right will keep you here. Eating wrong will destroy you. And so keep it simple. Fasting, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught me, you should fast for 3 days out of the month. Fasting gives your body a chance to flush the system and to eliminate the poisons that you consume. All food has poisons in it, just like all life forms has some form of immune system, whether it's plant or animal. And that immune system is there to protect that thing. And so when we consume it, we are consuming that poison that the immune system uses to protect that creature. And so our bodies have natural poison elimination parts in us. Our liver, our kidneys, even our tonsils and everything. All of these things in us designed to eliminate the poison that we take in. And if we don't overdo it, then our filtering system in our body works fine. But for that, we need plenty of water. We need to be constantly, our kidneys are not just sitting there storing water. Our kidneys are constantly like a waterfall inside of us. It's just constantly flowing. We are a lot like the earth. Just the water that we take in, it, and the water that's inside of us is steadily just running. Our kidneys are steady running like a faucet or like a waterfall. And so we have to keep replenishing it. It flushes out the bad stuff. And if we drink enough water, it replaces it with the good stuff. And soon when we wake up and when you really realize what I'm here to do for you, you're going to kick yourself for not having joined with me sooner. All of you. That'd go for white people, yellow people, brown people, and black people. I'm on your side. Believe me, I'm on your side. I want to see you live forever. Ain't no reason for nobody to die. It's an infinite universe with plenty of planets out there. Ain't no reason for you to be living bad and living poor. Everybody should have plenty. The last thing we should be doing is fighting and struggling with each other over the earth's bounties, simply because we too niggardly to share with each other. Don't worry, I'm gonna teach you how to do it by example. I'm always trying to think up ways to make sure I keep my promise to you. You know, everything that I do or build, I'm always trying to make sure that it's some kind of way that everybody could benefit from it. Yeah. And I'm pretty good at figuring out things. You see, so just have patience. Be patient. You know, but eat. The best thing to, just like when I found out that the messenger said eat 1 meal a day, I didn't start weaning myself off. I just started eating 1 meal a day. Now for the first week or so, it was kind of rough because I was used to eating 3 meals a day, and I lost a lot of weight. I had got down to about between 145 and 150, but I felt good, and then gradually I leveled off and stayed between 150 and 155, and at 5'9.5", that's pretty good weight. And but you'll reach your optimum weight. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. And actually, the less you eat, the longer you live. You know, those words, how to eat to live. That I even like the word eat, because it's acid in your stomach that when you swallow things, when you swallow food, the little acid that's in your stomach, the acidic acid is actually what eats away at what you ate. So it is amazing. Our existence, the more I look at us and think about us, I think our existence is amazing. And but anyway, that's something that we will discuss at future time. The main thing I want you to do is stop eating pig. Don't eat no more pig. Don't eat nothing that came from pig. And all you pig farmers, it's time to find you some other animal to deal with. Don't poison yourself, and don't poison your community with that anymore. Don't worry. If you try to do better, watch Allah open a door for you. If He close a door, He opened another one for you. It's not like you don't have no other alternative. You got alternatives. Use them. Trust Allah. You got on the back of the dollar bill all your life. Did you ever take time besides spending the dollar? Look at what's on the dollar. In God we trust. Even on your money, it didn't tell you in this dollar we trust. It said, no. Remember now, don't fall in love with the money. In God we trust. You see? The one who granted us dominion, we trust in Him. In the grantor of dominion, we trust. So,
He had two more questions.
yes, what was the other question?
He says, I also know about the book, How to Eat to Live, and was wondering if it is necessary to have in order to be following the proper diet.
I would love for you all to get How to Eat to Live. If I tell you what, I'm going to ask Brother Jamar to put it online where you can go there and read it. Well, with these computers, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us that book, there wasn't no computers available where you could put stuff online and get it for free. So How to Eat to Live cost us, I think, $2 when the messenger gave it to us. It cost about $2. Those who want it now, we're gonna try to put it online. And I know my little brother, he know how to do all that kind of stuff. So I got the book here. I think I got both books, 1 and 2, and we'll put it online. Also, How to Eat to Live is in the is the Son of Man Speaks still online also? Because it's a page in there called How to Eat to Live, and it come right from How to Eat to Live. So, but I want to put the whole book in there, book 1 and 2. So start working on that. And what was the other question?
Another question is, if I need to contact the Son of Man, that is, if I need to ask a question that does not relate to the current lesson's subject, are there any other sites where I can forward my questions without interrupting the lesson or any?
In the first place, just a moment. In the first place, questioning me in the time that I'm in the meeting is not interrupting me. If you need to question me about something, that's one of the things that I open up with all of the time. Feel free to type your question or whatnot, and I would be more than happy to answer your question, because most of the times when one person has a question, I learned this a long time ago from elementary school, when education really meant something in America. The teachers used to tell us, look, there is no such thing as a stupid question. If you have a question about something that I taught you, ask it, because some are too shy to ask the question, and they have it. And when you get your answer, they getting theirs. Do you understand? And so always ask your question, brother, if you have a question. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to do for your mind what spiritually, what the sun does for your eyes, for your mind's eyes. I am the sun. Like that sun out there that's shining right now. For your physical eyes, that sun is there to help you see. I'm here to help you understand. I'm here to help you see. Use me. And it's written, he maketh his sun to shine on the just as well as the unjust. You see. Any more questions?
Yes, sir. He says, are there any free phone landlines on which I can make my question since I am from Malta?
Yeah.
I'm going to stop right there, sir, and tell him that the conference room number for Malta is plus 356 2031 0020. Repeat. The phone number for Malta to the conference room is plus 356 2031 0020. Okay, I'm gonna go back to his question.
Read them numbers to him again.
The phone number to the conference room for Malta is plus 356 203 10020. The access code, if it asks you for an access code, I like this. What's the access code to the conference room? I just blanked it out by mistake. High def.
869
869
571.
571, and then the pound key. I'm gonna go back to this question.
And just a moment. I want to thank the Homeland Security people. They obviously the one that set this up. You know, we always complain when they do something they ain't got no business. It's like what was going on down there on that border. Now, I don't appreciate that. But I do appreciate the fact that they have made conference rooms that I can talk to the whole world from right here in Mississippi. This is a wonderful country. And I'm going to help heal it if I can. Go ahead now.
My last question, relating to the same subject, which I am also in doubt about, is if I will be talking regarding the Son of Man's teaching with somebody, and this person have questions with regards to his teachings, where am I supposed to contact him, since according to the teachings, I am not authorized to give self-opinion.
Tell him to give him the same numbers that he had. Give that person the same numbers, or let them sit in with him and they can ask their questions together. But I don't want none of y'all trying to teach the other people. I'll teach my people. There shall be one sheepfold and one shepherd. You done seen what happened when you got all these people running around here teaching. Getting on ego trips and whatnot. Because, let me tell you something. When people start looking up to you, that can get you drunk. Because it's captivating to have people clapping for you and oohing and ahhing over you. And even, I understand what I'm saying when I say all praise is due to Allah. That's what keeps me from getting big-headed. Because I know that the only reason you praising me if you do it, is because of the truth that Allah revealed to me that I shared with you. It is the truth that you actually praising. And so my Allah is the truth. All praise is due to Allah. Who guided me to guide you. Because the minute you start thinking, and most people, they get tripped up by praise. Because they start thinking more of themselves than they should. And once you start thinking more of yourself than you should, then you start disrespecting people because you think that there's something about your flesh that makes your flesh better than theirs. And you forget that we are all flesh in blood. Then the only thing that's different that makes us elevated or appear elevated above others. It's the state of our minds. By being possessed of truths that other people don't have. And so I like that what Mr. Kipling reminded me of, talking to me like a father to a son. He said, if you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch. If neither your foes nor your loving friends can hurt you. In other words, you know, when an enemy seeks to provoke you, and you begin, while calling yourself righteous, while considering yourself a righteous person, your enemy provokes you to begin to act like himself because you feel you're justified to do to him what he did to you. Well, he has hurt you because he caused you to change when you should not have changed. You should never change for the worse. That's what we mean when we say my life and my death is all for Allah. Allah never desires us to change and become worse than we were. And your loving friends sometimes can get you to do the same thing in the name of friendship. I don't care how much I love you. I'm not finna throw away the principles that Allah ordered me to hold fast to. No. So if loving friends, it says if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you. If all men count with you, if you respect and care for humanity, but none of them too much. Why is that? Well, how did Allah told us how not to get too involved with him. He said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, all thy soul, all thy mind, all thy strength. Well, how do I love my neighbor? Well, you treat your neighbor like you treat yourself. And since you don't put yourself before God, should you put anybody else before him? And that's what Mr. Kipling said. That's why Prophet Muhammad said that the prophets and the poets, he said the poets are kin, relative to the prophets. Even when Prophet Muhammad was speaking, many people thought he was a poet. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah, Rabbi Alameen. Huh? Sound like poetry, huh? Yeah, but it wasn't. It was revelation. But it sounds like poet. They say he's one of the poets. No. What is how did you learn if someone take A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. It rhymes, doesn't it? Oh, he's a songwriter. He's a poet. No, he's revealing to you the basics for the English language. But sound like poetry. Right? Okay. And so the thing we have to remember is that we are brothers. The messenger said this. He said, we must first be brothers. Before we can be in unity, before we can be anything, we must first realize that we are brothers. It's just like people getting mad at me because I offer brotherhood. You hear me sometimes call white people brother. That's because I know who they are. I know who we are. Yaqub told them this. He said, you go out and you deceive all that you can for 6,000 years. And after 6,000 years, your brother from the east is going to come and consume you. See, you only hear what you want to hear. When you are a true student, you can't do that. You have to hear what the teacher said, whether you wanted to hear it or not. When you are learning, the important thing for you to remember is that if you say you're a student, then you are acknowledging that you don't know. And if you decide to go into the class and keep going to class with the teacher, then you are, by your actions, you are saying that you feel in your mind that you can trust that teacher and that teacher knows more than you, and you are there to receive knowledge from the teacher. And so when the teacher tells you things, you take it in. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he already said, he said, in the way of flesh, he said, we are all brothers, but not in the mind. The devil, he acts only under the natural laws. That's why he says self-preservation is the first law of nature. He observed that in the natural creation. Everything will do anything to live, including just like a polar bear. Polar bears will eat, a male polar bear will eat other bears, will eat the cubs that he produced. If he can't find no seals or nothing to eat, he'll eat his own cub. That is the first law of animal nature, not man. But as long as you thought that was the law of nature for man, then you saw nothing. It made cannibalism fair seeming to you. Does one of you desire to eat his brother's dead flesh? You abhor that. You're supposed to abhor that. But the devil made it fair seeming to you by teaching you a lie. First, he taught you that you're an animal. No, you're not an animal. And all of you who run around here talking about white people are animals, they are not animals. They are human beings. Just like us. They came from us. Since when can you produce an animal? You can act like an animal, but you ain't no animal. So I don't even know how I got away from the subject there. I'm sorry.
One last
Yes.
statement from him. He says, finally, by means of this message, I would like to thank the Son of Man and to personally tell him that I am very thankful for his teachings and also very glad to be part of the new nation of Islam. For as far as I am concerned, it is the only religion who fulfilled my lifetime questions, and I truly believe he is the S-O-N of man and the S-U-N of man.
Well, all praise is due to Allah. The one thing that I really want to say to all of you, no matter where you are, I will do the best that I can to never let you down, to never make you feel ashamed that you ever had some trust in me or that you ever helped me or whatnot. I will always try my best to keep my evil to myself. For the messenger taught me that the meaning of devil is one whose evil is not confined to himself, but affects and infects others. Was that it?
No, sir, you have several people here that have questions and comments.
Yes.
The first one is Sister Shannon, and she says it's hard when you're on dialysis to fast and to eat right or drink water.
Don't. When you're on dialysis, I don't want you to try to fast. Don't you try to fast. Don't you try to do nothing but what the doctor tells you. And I hope, I think that stem cell research is coming a long way. And I'm thinking that is Allah's way of helping us to heal ourselves of what we have done to ourselves under the direction of half a mind. And so I hope that the stem cell, because they do have where they can inject stem cells into you and will help your body start to repair itself. And this is what I'm hoping that we will eventually be able to help finance for people who are sick. We need to care about each other. We need to try to heal one another. It's not a one of us that if we were sick or our loved, think of the person that you love. Think about them for a minute. If they were the one laying down in a sick bed, wouldn't you want to help them? But then you should want to help others to help their loved ones. Look, it's easy to tell. I remember once I got mad at this sister. She when I was talking about making millionaires, and sister named Lois, and she said, "Well, why don't you make yourself rich?" And I thought about it. I've thought about it lately, and I ain't mad at Lois no more because that was some good advice. If you want to tell rich people what they should do, for any poor person can stand back and tell rich people, you should be here helping us. You should be doing so and so. Yeah, but most of them who are rich now, a lot of them, especially the ones who look like us, used to say that until they got their hands on some wealth. And now they They doing just what others do that's wealthy. They stay away from poor people because they are told that you go back around there, all they're going to do is beg you. All they're going to do is keep on up in your face trying to get you to give them something, and pretty soon they're going to have you right back in the shape you was in. And that's half true. Look at what happened to that young man, MC Hammer. He tried to help a lot of his old friends and whatnot, and he wound up, I was told he winded up broke again. That's what I was told. But he did try. But you can't help people. It's just like, I don't care how much you love your family, or love your wife, or love your son or your daughter. If they have an aneurysm, your love ain't enough. You need to get them to a doctor who knows how to repair what's going on inside their cranium. You show your love by getting them to somebody who could help them. Well, likewise, it takes know-how. It's not enough to just want to help. You got to know how. The best teaching of what others should do is let them see you do it first. That don't mean by advising people to do the right thing that's wrong and that you shouldn't. But if you really want to help people, it's just like me. I want to help you. And I also want to help wealthy people too. But ain't no wealthy man going to listen to no poor man tell him nothing. The average wealthy man think a poor man can't tell him nothing. But another wealthy man can talk to him because now he's talking to his peer. So thanks to the new nation of Islam, the believers, they trust me with their wealth to use it. So I can use their wealth to appear to other people to be wealthy. Do you understand? And then I can talk to wealthy people. And once I'm able to talk to wealthy people, you'll notice I started getting interviews with Billy Paul, Bill Cosby, Melba Moore. Soon I'm gonna be talking to a whole lot more. I even took pictures with this sister that I used to have a crush on when I was a teenager, Mary Wilson, with the Supremes. I got to take a picture with Mary Wilson, and I mean, it's just, it's coming. The time I met that brother that son Duke of Earl, Gene Chandler. I mean, he and I was talking with each other. I talked to the brother from the Undisputed Truth, Joe Pep Harris. He and we still talk to each other. We good friends. I mean, I'd have never met them. I look at R.J. Watkins. Most of you all don't know that man had his own. He was a TV personality. Had his own, like Don Cornelius. R.J. Watkins had him a show like that. Now I talk to him on a regular basis. It's all coming together. One of these days I hope to meet in person Barack Obama. I love that brother. I respect that brother. That young man taught me a lot about being a man. And he's about 11 years younger than me. So I'm getting there. Whenever I see something that I admire in other people, I try my best to remember it and incorporate it into my character. I don't try to become them. I have to be me. You know, you never even heard President Obama raise his voice. You hear me talk loud all the time. Is that right? I'm not trying to be him because I'm me. The book didn't say the Lord shall descend with a whisper, it said with a shout. But I've also learned more patience. You see? And so it's much to be talked about. Did I get away from the question?
Question was about her being on dialysis.
Sister, just a moment. What'd you say, brother?
The question was about her being on dialysis and
Yes, don't try to fast on dialysis. No, you go to your doctor. But go to your doctor and ask what's this that you hear about stem cells. Because I hope that some of us will I mean it's kind of expensive, but we maybe we can help. I want to help people. I don't care if you white, I want to help you too. And that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I don't care what color you are. Let's help each other. After all, ain't that what America is really about? I've seen this nation donate. I mean, the people in this country are very charitable. I remember when we had that fire out there. One of a Caucasian lady that worked with one of our sisters over the phone. I don't even know if they ever saw each other. They knew who each other was. They knew, both of them knew that the other one was a black and a white person. But when she heard about our fire, next thing we knew, she had set up a Facebook, one of them GoFundMe accounts, and raised about $4,000 or $5,000 to help us. I appreciated that. When people have problems, earthquakes and stuff hit people's country, I done seen America send millions of dollars in aid. Right away, the Red Cross over there helping. And then you see the Red Crescent and stuff. I mean, the people of the countries are not the ones who hating each other. It's those who are in positions of authority that want to hold on to their authority and the unjust things that they are doing to their people by keeping their people fighting each other. When you see two people fighting, the bodies ain't doing that, the heads is doing that. Using the body in the wrong way. If we were put here to fight each other, our hand wouldn't swell up when we hit somebody in the jaw. You never had a fight and hit somebody in the head or in the jaw and your hand swole up? Let's tell you used your hand for something it wasn't meant for. You should hurt. what was the other question, brother?
Mr. Braxton asks, how about the swine that's in the soap and other products?
That's what I told you. Don't eat nothing. And remember, Allah didn't just say don't eat it. He said don't touch its dead carcass. So you can find products that don't have swine derivatives in them. And I'll tell you something else. Because you live in a society where that capitalism is practiced. When vendors can't sell you stuff, when you stop buying stuff with that in it, they'll stop making it. They'll make what will sell. Any more questions?
Yes, sir. Brother Ricky Flowers wanted you to know, he says, I mix 3 types of greens that has a lot of difference. And he said vitamins and native beans for fiber with rotisserie white chicken. And I eat 1 meal a day.
Well, as far as the chicken and stuff like that go, I want you all to make sure if you're going to eat fowl, eat the chicken. You try to get those that are carefully raised off the ground, that's not going back eating their own droppings and all of that kind of thing. But definitely stay away from pig. And you'll feel much better. Oh, and I'll tell you something else you're going to notice by eating 1 meal a day. You're going to have more money in your pocket. That's the truth. When you buying a third less food from eating 3 meals to 1 meal, then look at all the money you saving by eating less. And watch how you save yourself all them unnecessary doctor bills. Okay. I've been eating 1 meal a day since 1973. Now, do I look like I'm about to fall over dead or something? All right, then. You'll discover that when you start getting up in age, even that 1 meal a day is too much. Because me, I'm still about almost 15 pounds overweight. And people in this society, they don't know what healthy is. The doctors don't hardly live no longer than their patients. And I would like to help the doctor live a long time so he can keep helping us. But I've had my friend, Dr. MacArthur. I sure miss that brother. He and I used to have conversations, and he was a doctor that really cared. And I will never forget him. If it pleases Allah, I will always remember Dr. MacArthur. Any more questions?
Yes, sir. Kareem asks, which Ramadan did you choose to practice? Universal or the choice of the messengers?
There ain't but one, as far as I'm concerned. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told you that we are here with a new Islam. As the book tells you that, behold, I make all things new. So if you don't want to practice that which is new, then you are not in accord with what God said he's going to do. And the only reason I practice that is it's out of tradition more so than anything, because Ramadan is actually not a fast. You're not fasting if you're eating every day. The only thing changes is the time that you eat. Ramadan is a ritual fast, and it is to teach you that one day you will not eat any animal flesh, because during Ramadan you can't eat, you can't kill nothing, no land animals, and you can only eat from the sea. You can eat seafood and vegetables and stuff, but no land animals. Doctors, if they be honest, they will tell you that our teeth were not even made to eat flesh, animal flesh. You know, our teeth are made for grinding, not tearing. You see, but there's much that we learn as we grow. We're gonna move you away from eating any kind of animal flesh pretty soon, and you're not gonna miss it. I haven't ate any. I remember once when I was on the fish crew, we had sold so much fish. Me and 8 other brothers. It was 9 of us on the fish crew, and we sold over 1,000,000 pounds of fish in I don't know if it was 6 months or a year or something like that. But the Minister Abdul Karim, he gave a dinner for us, and I had stopped eating steak, and I once the messenger started importing that fish, I got off of animal flesh completely and just started consuming fish. And so we had a dinner at the Cockatoo Inn, and Minister Kareem gave us a dinner, and it was a steak dinner. And some of the brothers, they, looking at me, some of the brothers said, look, the minister gave this, he the messenger's representative, and you should eat, man. And I said, well, you're right. I'm out of honoring him, I'm going to do so. And the next day I had a sore throat. I was feeling feverish and all that kind of stuff. And then I said, nah, that's what you get for not following your own first mind. There was not no insult. It was just, he would have understood. But anyway, I ain't ate no steak since. And, I just eat fish. And all the time I don't eat that. Sometimes I just eat me some vegetables and be done with that. Sometimes I won't eat me a little something and be through, because it just, my metabolism done got so slow that it don't take much food for me. So now I realize that the messenger, he just told us the truth. We had some scientists that live, as he said, Methuselah and them lived 965 years. Methuselah did, something like that. And he said there was some scientists that after they knew what was going to happen on our earth, and they knew they couldn't change that, they wasn't particular about staying around here to see it, because some of them just ate twice a week, and they lived for thousands, for a long, long time. And he said, so they would just start eating 3 meals a day and eating in a way that they knew that they would be soon back in the earth. And because they wasn't particular to stay around here to see all of that stuff that they couldn't do nothing about. They knew it was going to happen, and so they just left it alone. Look what Solomon said. Solomon said, he looked at life and said, all this vanity, man. All this stuff that's being done has already been done. And that which these people think is new, it ain't new. It's just the same thing being done all over again. That which has been will be, and that which will be has already been. It's all vanity and vexation of the spirit. And so he was unhappy. All of them were unhappy. They wanted something new. They couldn't come up with nothing. And then 50,000 years ago, which is just a drop in the bucket of time. One of our scientists named Shabazz, he said he could make a man, he could produce a man from first a people that nothing could defeat. And as I was telling you, do you know how much courage a man had to have to be walking around living in a jungle where lions and tigers just running free? Black man walking around there with nothing but a stick. Learning how the children were taught how to walk, and when hyenas and things would run into them hyenas were they are some vicious little creatures, but they will only attack something that's kind of short. So the children were taught to put stuff on their head to make them look taller, and they could walk. They learned wisdom. Knowledge is what orders you to walk through the earth with authority. They'd stand still and put that thing on their head. The hyena would look at them and run. Then they go on about their business. When you know the nature of things, you can rule those things. You see? So, but anyway, so the black man, he conquered the jungle there, lived in it, learned how to live in it, and protect himself with his wits. Okay. Then he said, Mr. Shabazz said he could make a people that would be so strong that nothing could defeat them. Well, that's white people. You know, the only people who fighting and going on over control of the earth is white people. They ain't worried about other people. They're the ones with all the nuclear weapons and the abilities. You pick a fight with him in that way, that's a pre-drawn conclusion about who's gonna win that. So it really ain't no fight, because he got weapons he ain't even told you about. But anyway, so if you want to get into that kind of fight with him, you're gonna lose. You know, and we are not interested in that kind of fight. We had weapons so powerful that it could rip away part of the planet. That's how the moon got out there. But we know better than that. Brute force does not make you strong any more than a lion, just because he's more powerful than you. And let's see a lion make a man jump through a hoop, a ring of fire, make him go again. You know, animals by nature are afraid of fire. Is that right? Yet man trained a lion and he's standing in there with nothing but a little whip, snapping it at that lion, and he jumping through a ring of fire, going completely against nature. Now that's the power of the mind. When that which is weak can rule that which is strong. A horse could kick you and kill you, yet you ride his back. You don't ride yours. Huh? All right. Okay. Now, after that, then it says, he said, I could make a man, Mr. Shabazz said. And he would be so wise that he would bring an end to this Council of 12 here. And we would have only one ruler. And they told him, well, you go make him, but don't make him here. And I'm the result of that. That's what's meant in Revelation when it says, it is done. I am Alpha and Omega. The first and the last, the beginning and the end. So that's me. So this is the end of the world as you know it, and the beginning of a world that was prophesied of, a new heaven and a new earth wherein righteousness will dwell. But that's what I'm here to bring about. So no, I don't follow the ways of Ramadan, of their practice of it, because I'm gonna tell you something. It has just become a ritual with them. If you can abstain from killing or shedding blood for 1 month, you should abstain from it all the time. But you don't, because all it is a ritual for you. You haven't thought about what it really is trying to get you to see. Trying to get you to see the value of peace. But you don't value peace. You don't even value human life. You don't value one another. That's why it's so easy for you to go and murder one another and call it war. Well, you have to call it by another name, because if you call it what it is, men trying to murder each other, then everybody would realize that you're wrong for participating. But anyway, what's the next question?
Yes, sir. Brother wants to know what your thoughts are eating crab, crawfish, lobster.
Don't eat scavengers. May taste good, but it ain't good for you. The crabs and all of that stuff, shrimp. No, I used to love shrimp, man. I know y'all make lots of money selling that stuff, but if you want to live, straight is the gate and narrow is the way that leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Most people eat for taste. Are you aware that taste is imaginary? Well, it is. And if you take the salt out of everything, you would discover that most things don't have no taste at all. When you go on a fast for the first time, when you after a 3-day fast, if you don't eat or drink anything, just water, maybe a little coffee or tea. Don't try to put all the sugar in it that you can find. But when you do eat again, you're going to discover that you can't hardly taste your food. It takes time. Just like when you get a cold, you notice when you get a cold, you can't smell that your food is bland. It don't taste. You can't taste it. It's imaginary. It's all in the mind. But anyway, I'll leave that alone. What else?
Yes, sir. Simon Jones asks, do you and the new nation of Islam still believe that the white race is the devil?
No, I don't believe the white man is the devil. I know the white man is the devil. We made him. We know what we made him for. What you don't understand is, and what the ones who was taught that didn't understand, is that, yes, he's the devil, but he's God's creature. We made him to do that. And it wasn't his fault. I mean, it's just like you make a car. And you make a car for a purpose. The devil was made for a purpose. And his purpose was revealed in the book of Job in the Bible. When the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, Satan came also among them. The son of perdition came to present himself before the Lord. And the Lord asked him, he said, whence comest thou? That's what the Lord said to Satan. Where are you coming from? And he said, from going to and fro in the earth and from walking up and down in it. That's a cross, the sign of the cross, if you notice. And that's the same thing that you see on the globe. He breaks it up into grids, longitudinal and latitudinal lines. And he goes to and fro and up and down. And at one time they was going up to and fro and up and down, conquering and seeking whom they could devour. And that's what the book said about Satan. Then the Lord asked Satan a strange question. He said, have you considered my servant Job? That he's a perfect and upright man that feareth God and escheweth evil. And Satan said to the Lord, he said, doth Job fear God for naught? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands. Thou hast put a hedge around him and his house. He said, take it from him, and he will curse you to your face. And the Lord said to Satan, he said, well, all that he has is in your power. Save his life. Don't you take his life. And Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord and began to afflict Job. He even caused his Job's children things to happen and bring Job into grief for the loss of his children and whatnot. And so at the end, Satan whispered in the ear of Job's wife and told him, why don't you just curse God and die? And Job told her, he said, you sound like one of the foolish women. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Another place, they said it again, and Job told his wife, he said, the naked came I from my mother's womb. I didn't come here with all of this wealth that I have, and naked shall I return thither. But I look like talking about cursing God. No. So Satan was made to try. The white race was made to try. You notice they don't come in here trying me no more. Now that they know who I am. You won't hear the white man tell me he ain't the devil either. You the one running around here think somebody did. That's on you. If you don't believe he the devil, just keep living. He'll fix you. And he gonna tell you should have listened to the Lord. You saw I was quiet. If he ain't saying nothing, what's your problem? You think he should be ashamed. He ain't got nothing to be ashamed of. I guess you would think a hog should be ashamed that he rolling around in mud. But he happy being what God made him. An eagle is not ashamed that he can sit high and look low and snatch a mouse up out from under a log or something down there, and the mouse never saw him coming. Huh? He's doing what his creator made him for. And I'm going to tell you something. The devil knows that he's second only to God. So he sure got more power than you. He got power over you. If I wasn't here, he'd rule you forever. But I'm here. So, what's the next question?
Yes, sir. Gordy Spoon asks, what do you think about Farrakhan being banned from social media?
I think his mouth, that's what happens when you try to go out and lead people when you're not qualified to do so. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told Farrakhan and everybody else in the nation that they could not be the head runner. He told them that. And they didn't listen to him. Farrakhan, he, like so many others, I'll let you hear what the messenger had told him. He told all of them this.
to be patient. Say, wait on the Lord, and don't stop, they run ahead. Because you can't see the head run. You will run into something that you cannot put out of your way. Very good. So if you get in a hurry, that's the law to assist you to be patient. And you call it sixth verse of the second syllable in Arabic, you will run into something. You'll run ahead. It says, seek and seek. Through faith and faith. You need to have both. You need to say the word. And you need to be patient. So wait on the Lord and don't stop, you'll run ahead. Because you can't see the head run. You will run into something that you cannot put out of your way. Very good. Now, if you get in a hurry, that's the law to assist you to be patient.
So you heard the messenger tell him. He said, this was before I even came in the nation. That was in 72. He was speaking in the theology of time. He said, the Holy Quran teaches you to seek assistance through patience and prayer. He said, you need to be patient, to wait on the Lord, and don't try to run ahead. Because you can't be the head runner. You will run into something you can't put out of your way. And that's what you see happening with him. Anytime the devil can justify hindering you, it's because you have deviated. You don't hear them trying to call themselves accusing me of racism or nothing else. Because everything I say, I can prove and have proved and stand ready to reprove to anybody who think they got an argument against me. You notice, Minister Farrakhan don't stand up to the whole world and say anybody, like I'm doing with you right now. Nobody does this but me. It's because I'm the Lord. Yeah. What else? Okay. Now, let's go on and get into it. Yes.
We had another question. There's a brother who does sports and does things like PIL. My closest person into the room. You'll say they told you this person is being traded from this team, actually, what actually, and he'll use terms like that. So I said that's right. So Mr. Block called, and he asked me a question, and for him and his close person into the room. So they're both listening
Well,
Two-part question.
just a moment. When you say you was grown up being taught that you don't eat nothing with a head on it, well, that's just somebody's teaching. That ain't no scripture. So you can throw that away. As the, when you look at the people who told you that, you'll discover that they wasn't living no perfect and upright life either. This world has not been righteous. This world has, as the book says, there is a way of life that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof is the ways of death. And so that is what this world have not understood. Everybody has been giving you their own opinion of how you should live life. But the perfect opinion is the opinion that's laid out in the instruction in righteousness that's called Holy Scripture. If you go to, what is that, 2 Timothy, the 3rd chapter, and around the, I think it's 2 Timothy, the 3rd chapter, and around the 16th verse, it says, all Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, and for instruction in righteousness. So if the scriptures is for instruction in righteousness, then every instruction that people give you about the of how to live life, you should check it against the scripture. And if you can't find it in the scripture, in those words that they gave it to you, well, then ignore them. So we, as you pointed out, Jesus, according to the scripture, when Jesus saw his disciples again after they had thought that he had been killed, he told them, he said, do you have any meat here? And they gave him a piece of broiled fish and a honeycomb. And Jesus ate. Okay, Jesus fed the people. When the little boy brought what he had, Jesus commanded all of them to sit down. And he began to break the fish and feed those around him. And the others did likewise. Well, you think the little boy was the only one who had fish, who had brought a lunch, but other people had that too. And so Jesus just showed them to share with each other. And they had plenty to eat if they shared it. It's just like you and I. We say we ain't got enough for everybody else. Then what's your garbage pail doing full when you get through? Most people, when they get through eating, their plate still have food left on it. Then why are people eating out of garbage cans when we throwing food away? It's because we are wasteful. We are prodigal. But anyway, what was the other part of her question? Brother Derek?
The other part of the question was specifically is, and that is, I think you just answered it, but he said he had thought along with that heard some scholars, some brothers speak on, and at the time of Elijah Muhammad, that it was hard enough to get our people off of the chicken, pork, and cow. So he would otherwise we weren't supposed to. So it would be best for us not to eat fish. We didn't want to lose to people.
No. No, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad never said that I ain't never heard him teach that we don't eat fish. He said there would come a time when we would not eat any meat, meaning animal flesh. He said, I'm trying to take you off of beef. He said, but I don't tell you to get off of it now because I know you won't be so quick to do that. He said, but the time is coming when you won't eat any meat. And you and I call it meat, but actually it is not meat. It is flesh. And we will not eat any animal flesh because it is not good for us to do. we will, the earth, the surface of the earth is approximately covered with 3/4 of it is water. It does not take a great leap of intelligence to realize that if the surface of the earth is 3/4 water, then the majority of our food should come from there. So we can eat. You notice they tell you how much vitamins you get from fish. You don't have to worry about eating no blood if you're eating fish, because if you eat the best of fish, all you have to do is catch it. You don't even have to kill it. You just catch it and bring it into your world. It die on its own. And the next thing you do is when you scale it and take the bones out of it, ain't no blood in the meat, so you ain't got to worry about eating the blood of any of that creature, because ain't none in there. And so you just he's naturally ready for you when you ready to eat. And so all praises due to Allah. So, any more questions? I heard a sister unmute her phone earlier, and I told her to just a moment. What is it, sister? You can unmute your phone and ask your question now. Well, I guess I must have answered their question. But yeah, the messenger, he wanted us to get away from eating like the beast of the field. You notice, most people don't know, but it's time to know that when the scripture called the white man the beast, that's just the head, but the whole body of humanity has been the beast. Just like your whole body is you, but your whole body is not the intelligent, seeing, hearing, and speaking one. That's the head. And the head of human beings for the past 6,000 years has been the first man, Adam, the natural mind that we put in white people to govern and gave them dominion, you see. And like I told you, the giver of dominion said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. We just say, and God said. Well, the giver of dominion, and he gave dominion, gave them knowledge and understanding that we didn't have. So they were able to rule us because they had knowledge that we didn't have, like that magnet that Yaqub was playing with when he was 6 years old had magnetism in it, and the other piece didn't have any. And it was able to move the other one without even touching it. And so this is all in the teachings. And we are here to enlighten you so that you don't keep walking around here hating flesh. All flesh is innocent. It's the minds that's in the flesh that's guilty. So, and if you let me, I will remove all your guilt, because I'm born in the midst of 4 beasts: black, brown, yellow, and white. And you all are the 4 horses of the apocalypse. All of you are that. And so in the midst of you all, a lamb is now standing and speaking to you. The Lamb of God. The Son, S-U-N, of God. The Word is God. And before me, there was no one to really give you the true understanding of the Word, because they didn't know how to find it in the Word. I guide you into where the Word explains itself, you see. And that's what I was prophesied to do. You notice when I tell you what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. I take you to where he said it. When I tell you what Jesus said, I take you to where he said it. So, no prophecy of the scripture can be someone's private interpretation. It's just like no word of the English language is of anyone's private spelling. The English language, you can't just spell words the way you want to spell them. You have to spell them the correct way that it was spelled to be English. Do you understand? Okay. If you don't spell it that way, it's not English. So it's like math. You know, your interpretation of math is not your interpretation. Math interprets itself. You have to just know the formula, how to make it interpret itself to you. You see? You notice it's called mathematics. You know what you reason your car have that transmission in there that say hydromatic. You know why I say matic? It's because you don't have to shift it. It automatically shifts itself. Do you understand? So mathematics, meaning math works itself if you know the formulas. All right? Okay. Now.
One more question, sir.
Yes, what is the question?
Simon Jones, and he asks, what do you think about holiness preached by Geno Jennings?
Geno Jennings does not teach holiness. What do you mean, what did I think about it? Did you hear holiness coming out of Geno Jennings? I was the only one teaching the Holy Scriptures. When I gave him the opportunity to explain the Holy Scriptures, he shut his mouth. He said, no, you saying you the Son of Man. Which showed you right there, he don't know nothing about holy. The Scriptures are holy. And if he's not preaching the Scriptures, then how can you say he's preaching holiness? I'm the only one preaching holiness. And I'm the only one teaching holiness. Because I'm the only one who understands holiness. He tried to say that the religion of God is holiness. That's a lie. Holiness is the result of God's religion. When you practice the instructions that the Scriptures gives you, it produces holiness in you. But, you know, it's just like the piano. You have to play the piano to produce the song. You have to practice something to become holy. That's why it says, be ye holy, as he is holy. It does not yet appear what we shall be. That's why when they call Jesus good, Jesus told him, where are you calling me good? There's none good but one, and that is God. You see? Who is that with their phone unmuted trying to decide whether they're going to say something? So, you notice, I'm not a person who have to run away from you when you start asking questions. Whatever question you ask me, I'm not afraid you're going to ask me something that I don't know. If it's about what I'm teaching, I know it. Now, anymore. All right. Let's get into the Mueller report. Now, this is on page 260, and we're going to start at the top of the page again. Because it says, finally, the president's effort to have McFarland write an internal email denying that the president had directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak highlights the president's concern about being associated with Flynn's conduct. After he sat there in private telling the um, in public, first he starts telling everybody that if Flynn hadn't talked to Kislyak, he would have asked him to, because there's nothing wrong with it. And but if I had asked him, then he just double talked his way through that. But the evidence does not establish that the president was trying to have McFarland lie. In other words, they ain't got no statement from him on tape or somewhere, but they do have the words of the McFarland and the other person that was, I think it was McGann, or one of them. I don't forgot the other man's name, but you can go back and check it yourself. That they said the president tried to get Ms. McFarland to. He said he's going to let her go as from one position, but he's going to put her as an ambassador. But first, she needed to write this letter to absolving him from saying that, denying that he ever tried to get Flynn to do something, denying that the president had directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak. If you recall, he said if Flynn hadn't did it, he would have asked him to. Remember that? Yeah. Anyway, the evidence does not establish that the president was trying to have McFarland lie. The president's request, however, was sufficiently irregular that McFarland, who did not know the full extent of Flynn's communications with the president, and thus could not make the representation the president wanted, felt the need. Now, Ms. McFarland, she felt the need to draft an internal memorandum documenting the president's request. And Eisenberg was concerned that the request would look like a quid pro quo in exchange for an ambassadorship. I guess he would be concerned that it would be assumed to be a quid pro quo, because that's exactly what it was. It was an offer of a new job, a cushiony job, if you lie and say what the president wanted you to say and put it in writing. Why don't he put it in writing that he didn't do those things? Ask yourself, what would he need Ms. McFarland to do that for when he's the one that knows better than she does? Why don't you just put it in writing? But you remember when they accepted some in writing statements from him, his lawyer and him said they will not answer any questions about obstruction. Why wouldn't he answer any questions about obstruction? It's because if you asked him about obstruction, he would have to admit that he was doing it. Otherwise, he'd have to lie, and then they would have his lies in writing. Do you understand? Okay. Now, let's go to did some of you think you needed to say something to me about what I just shared with you? I mean, he has lots of supporters. As I told you, the only way you could support Donald Trump, especially after this report, is you have to not mind him lying, and you have that, which means you are a liar yourself. Let me show you something else here before I read on. Now, I want you to pay attention.
Tally by the Washington Post, President Trump hits the 10,000 mark of false statements while in office so far.
No, Lori Kay saved me. Rabbi Israel Goldstein gets tonight's last word. 11th Hour with Brian Williams starts now.
Tonight, according to that ongoing tally by the Washington Post, President Trump hits the 10,000 mark of false statements while in office so far. His workday today dominated by Twitter.
They done counted up to 10,000 lies he done told since becoming president. That's how you get the title liar. Yes. Well, that averages out to 400 and some lies a month. What it averaged out to me is that's the ones they counted. Every time he opened his mouth, he's lying. Because he's always trying to make you see him as something that he is not. So, all of these people, all of you people who support him, everything that he does, remember this: wherever the head is, if the head winds up in quicksand, the whole body is in quicksand. Everything that a head does, the body that supports it is part of it. You cannot separate it. That's why the scripture says, come out of her, my people, meaning be not a part of the body, so that you don't receive of the plagues. All right. I'm just making sure you understand. You go on. Keep on being hateful. Keep on being the devil. If that's what you want to be, I offered you the chance to change. Okay. Don't say you didn't have a chance. Yes, you did. You just didn't accept that chance that I gave you. So, now, let's read this next part here. It says subtitle C, still on page 260. The president's reaction to public confirmation of the FBI's Russia investigation. After it was made public, after public confirmation, documenting his reaction. Now, before itemizing it, gives you an overview. In early March 2017, the president learned that Sessions was considering recusing from the Russia investigation and tried to prevent the recusal. They're right there. He had no business interfering in any kind of way. Is he a lawyer? And even if he was, he's the president. The Justice Department, he cannot dictate to the law, because you know what they call the Supreme Court justices? They call them Mr. Justice, Miss Justice, or Justice. When Thurgood Marshall was in there, Justice Marshall. Now you got, even though I don't have a great deal of confidence in him. Now he's Justice Thomas. What's the Chief Justice? What's his name? Justice Roberts. But his first name is Justice. His first title is Justice. Okay. Then it says, after Sessions announced his recusal on March 2nd, the president expressed anger. That ain't had nothing to do with him. That's the Justice Department making sure that what? To be straight up, and if you're going to do an investigation, then you can't have it tainted by someone who's leaning one way or the other. Right? Okay. It says, the president expressed anger at Sessions for the decision and then privately asked Sessions to, quote, unrecuse. Tell him, you get back in there and unrecuse yourself and get in there and take care of me. That's what it was as good as to say. Told him to unrecuse. On March 20th, 2017, Comey publicly disclosed the existence of the FBI's Russia investigation. In the days that followed, the president contacted Comey and other intelligence agency leaders and asked them to push back publicly on the suggestion that the president had any connection to the Russian election interference effort in order to, quote, lift the cloud of the ongoing investigation. What in the world? Listen, look what he was asking them to do. Oh, it's okay to investigate, but go out there and tell the public, push back that the president, that I didn't, make sure you tell them I didn't have any connections with it. Well, if they know he didn't have no connection with it, they wouldn't have been hired a special counsel. Wouldn't have had to hire a special counsel, and they wouldn't have had to investigate if they already had concluded that he didn't have no connection with it. Then it wouldn't have been nothing for him to investigate as far as conspiracy and all that kind of thing. So he was asking them to end the investigation before it got started. But anyway, now here's the evidence that that's what happened. They gave us an overview. Now they're giving you the evidence to back up that overview. It's kind of like when you go to court. They will have opening statements, an overview of what they are going to be presenting. You saw A Few Good Men? Huh? Okay, you remember when the prosecution got up and they said, look, you're going to get a lot of theatrics in here and whatnot, but the thing is still going to be, it's going to come back to the fact that Private Sanchez is dead and these two men killed him. Do you understand? And that's what that was over. But it's going to be entertaining, and he went on. But in this, it's now about to give you the evidence that supports that overview. Subtitle 1, Attorney General Sessions recuses Attorney General Sessions recuses from the Russia investigation. Now, in late February 2017, that's subtitle 1. In late February 2017, the Department of Justice began an internal analysis of whether Sessions should recuse from the Russia investigation based on his role in the 2016 Trump campaign. On March 1st, 2017, the press reported that in his January confirmation hearing to become Attorney General, Senator Sessions had not disclosed 2 meetings he had with Russian Ambassador Kislyak before the presidential election, leading to congressional calls for Sessions to recuse or for a special counsel to investigate Russia's interference in the presidential election. Also, on March 1st, the president called Comey and said he wanted to check in and see how Comey was doing. According to an email Comey sent to his chief of staff after the call, the president, quote, talked about Sessions a bit, end quote. Said that he had heard Comey was, quote, doing great. He had heard that, he tells Comey, he heard that Comey was, quote, doing great, and unquote, and said that he hoped Comey would come to say come by to say hello when he was at the White House. Comey interpreted the call as an effort by the president to, quote, pull him in, end quote. But he did not perceive the call as an attempt by the president to find out what Comey was doing with the Flynn investigation. The next morning, the president called McGahn and urged him to contact Sessions to tell him not to recuse himself from the Russia investigation. McGahn understood the president to be concerned that a recusal would make Sessions look guilty for omitting details in his confirmation hearing. Leave the president unprotected from an investigation. This is what McGahn was, let's read that part again. McGahn understood the president to be concerned that a recusal would make Sessions look guilty for omitting details in his confirmation hearing. It's not that it would make him look guilty. He was guilty. Do you understand? But all liars expect their followers to lie too. So McGahn understood the president to be concerned that now remember, McGahn had been in there talking to the FBI, just like Trump thought that McGahn was his personal counsel when McGahn was the White House counsel. And this man, president, he didn't understand that. But anyway, McGahn knew better than to go there lying to the FBI. So they talked to him for about 30 hours, man. And so McGahn understood the president. Now, this is obviously what he told the FBI. McGahn understood the president to be concerned that a recusal would make Sessions look guilty for omitting details in his confirmation hearing. Leave the president unprotected from an investigation and could hobble the presidency and derail his policy objectives and detract from favorable press coverage of a presidential address to Congress the president had delivered earlier in the week. Yeah, it would It would unravel some lies that he had told earlier. Okay. McGahn reached out to Sessions and reported that the president was not happy about the possibility of recusal. So McGahn told Sessions that the president wasn't happy about his recusal. Sessions replied that he intended to follow the rules on recusal. Sessions said, "Oh man, I'm gonna follow the rules on recusal." McGahn reported back to the president about the call with Sessions, and the president reiterated that he did not want Sessions to recuse. Throughout the day, McGahn continued trying on behalf of the president to avert Sessions' recusal by speaking to Sessions' personal counsel, Sessions' chief of staff, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and by contacting Sessions himself 2 more times. Sessions recalled that other White House advisors also called him that day to argue against his recusal. That afternoon, Sessions announced his decision to recuse. Quote, "from any existing or future investigations of any matters related in any way to the campaigns for President of the United States," end quote. Sessions believed the decision to recuse was not a close call, given the applicable page 262, applicable language in the Code of Federal Regulations, the CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, which Sessions considered to be clear and decisive. Sessions thought that any argument that the Code of Federal Regulations, the CFR, did not apply to him was very thin. Sessions thought that any argument that the CFR did not apply to him was very thin. Quote, "very thin," end quote. Sessions got the impression, based on calls he received from White House officials, excuse me, Sessions got the impression, based on calls he received from White House officials, that the president was very upset with him and did not think he had done his duty as Attorney General. Shortly after Sessions announced his recusal, the White House counsel's office directed that Sessions should not be contacted about the matter. Internal White House counsel's office notes from March 2nd to 2017 state, quote, "no contact with Sessions," end quote, and, quote, "no comms, serious concerns about obstruction," end quote. In other words, no communication should go on between Sessions and the White House. There's concerns about obstruction. Now you see why they knew that the president had committed obstruction of justice. They knew it. And then he confessed to it without knowing he confessed to it when they agreed to answer questions about conspiracy or collusion, but none about obstruction. That's just another way of saying I refuse to answer on grounds that it what? May incriminate me. Listen, on March 3rd, the day after Sessions' recusal, McGahn was called into the Oval Office. Other advisors were there, including Priebus and Bannon. The president opened the conversation by saying, quote, "I don't have a lawyer," end quote. The president expressed anger at McGahn about the recusal and brought up Roy Cohen, stating that he wished Cohen was his attorney. McGahn interpreted this comment as directed at him, suggesting that Cohen would fight for the president, whereas McGahn would not. He still didn't understand the nature of the title White House counsel. You put this man in there knowing he was not qualified. It's like putting up a person that ain't did nothing but flown model airplanes with a matter of fact, hadn't even flown no model airplane, been flying them planes that you put together and throw them. A man who have no understanding of the principle of flight, and you put a pilot's uniform on him and stuck him in the cockpit and got on the plane telling him to go on and take off. And now that you're crashing, you still ain't got sense enough to acknowledge that you put the wrong man in the pilot seat. And all these people who supporting him in the Senate, in the legislature. You remember when Grover Norquist told you the leadership gonna come out of the House and the Senate. Remember that? Well, what did he mean by that? You saw an example of the leadership that was gonna come out of there with what that boy name that was the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Was he a leader? He was bought and paid for. He said he's retiring. Where he get the money to retire? Where did he get the money to retire? There's a whole lot of them retired. Where did they get that money from to retire so soon? No, they didn't get it from no tax break. They got it from being paid off, bought and paid for. Talking about tax break. Norquist told them, you sign the pledge, you get to govern. Well, what is that? How would he be able to get to govern what? We're going to put you in there. And we're going to take care of you. That's called reducing the government down to the size it can fit in a bathtub. So that when one man takes a bath, your government is taking a bath, but you don't know it. It's just like you look at a puppet show and them puppets that's in that show, them puppets don't do nothing on their own. They do what the puppeteer tell them. So when the puppeteer taking a bath, all the puppets is bathing. Do you understand? Because he controls all of them. Tell me something. Do you honestly think that I can understand the word of God, but I can't understand what you're doing? Do you know how foolish that makes you to not listen to me when you see that I'm from above? Okay. It says the president wanted McGahn to talk to Sessions about the recusal. What did I guess? But McGahn told the president that the Department of Justice, DOJ ethics officials had weighed in on Sessions' decision to recuse. The president then brought up former attorneys general Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder and said that they had protected their presidents. Protected them from what? Their presidents wasn't up there doing the stuff Donald Trump is doing. Huh? And if their attorneys general told them not to do something, they listened. When Barr was told, look, man, the ethics committee told him, you don't need to be overseeing this. You wrote a 19-page letter saying you believe that the president can't obstruct justice. How you gonna be over the investigation of whether he obstructed justice or not, and you already done said he can't obstruct justice? You have to recuse. Barr said he's not gonna recuse. You gonna let him get away with that? The president also pushed back on the DOJ, Department of Justice contacts policy, and said words to the effect of, quote, you're telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations? Quote, now this is, you see, he is assuming that others did this. You know, that's one thing that you ain't never think back. You notice every time somebody get caught doing something they ain't got no business, especially in government, what they say, well, everybody else doing it. And then when they're asked, well, who else is doing it besides you? Where's your evidence of that? Everybody else doing it. That's what children say. This man, the president of the United States, with the mindset of a child. Everybody else took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and to the best of their ability. I ain't heard no president charged like this man is being charged by the Justice Department with obstructing justice, when he's supposed to be the man that's supposed to be an example of upholding the law. He's an example of how to break the law and get away with it. He says, you're telling me that Bobby and Jack, this is the so-called president talking. The president also pushed back on the DOJ contacts policy and said words to the effect of, you're telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations? Or Obama didn't tell Eric Holder who to investigate? End quote. Bannon recalled that the president was as mad as Bannon had ever seen him, and that he screamed at McGahn about how weak Sessions is. Bannon recalled telling the president and Sessions that Sessions' recusal, Bannon recalled telling the president that Sessions' recusal was not a surprise, and that before the inauguration, they had discussed that Sessions would have to recuse from campaign-related investigations because of his work on the Trump campaign. They had already discussed that. Bannon recalled telling the president that Sessions' recusal was not a surprise, and that before the inauguration, they had discussed that Sessions would have to recuse from campaign-related investigations because of his work on the Trump campaign. That weekend, Sessions and McGahn, that weekend, Sessions and McGahn flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president. Sessions recalled that the president pulled him aside to speak to him alone and suggested that Sessions should, quote, unrecuse, end quote, from the Russia investigation. The president contrasted Sessions with attorneys General Holder and Kennedy, who had developed a strategy to help their presidents where Sessions had not. Sessions said he had the impression that the president feared that the investigation could spin out of control and disrupt his ability to govern, which Sessions could have helped avert if he were still overseeing it. In other words, if Sessions wouldn't do his job. As the Attorney General of the United States of America, he wanted what he got now, the Attorney Generals of Donald Trump. You know what the Congress need to do? The first thing they need to do is take him off of the payroll of the United States and put him on Trump's payroll. Let Trump pay him since he's working for Trump. You know, when you have people in government that's clearly not doing the job that they are being paid for by the government, when you have an employee at GM or any place that you find out is not doing the job that you was paying him for, you fire him. If anybody know that Donald Trump, he got a record that of firing people for ineptness, which means he understands that when you're not doing what your job description entails, you're supposed to get fired. How come y'all ain't fired him? And how come you haven't fired the Attorney General? And how come you have not fired all of these crooked senators and crooked representatives in the House? Why you haven't fired these people? You came a good job in 2008 election and got rid of a lot of them crooks in the House of Representatives, but you still need to get rid of the rest of them. Who disagrees with me? Let me hear your disagreement before I continue. Look, I told you, I'm not a bigot. I'll let you express your disagreements and why, and I won't even cut you off. And then I would like you to stay on the phone and let me question you about what you put forth. Yeah, okay. It says that, let me go back to that last sentence there. Bannon recalled telling the president that Sessions' recusal was not a surprise and that before the inauguration, they had discussed that Sessions would have to recuse from campaign-related investigations because of his work on the Trump campaign. That weekend, Sessions and McGahn flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president. Sessions recalled that the president pulled him aside to speak to him alone and suggested that Sessions should, quote unquote, unrecuse from the Russia investigation. The president contrasted Sessions
with Attorneys General Holder and Kennedy, who had developed a strategy to help their presidents where Sessions had not. Sessions said he had the impression that the president feared that the investigation could spin out of control and disrupt his ability to govern, which Sessions could have helped avert if he were still overseeing it. See, he putting it in a nice way. What he really was saying was the president feared that the investigation could spin out of control, and by disrupting his ability to govern, meaning get him impeached. Remember when he said, and when they found out it was they had hired a special counsel, didn't he say this the end of my presidency? He said, I'm intercoursed. Remember that? Okay. In March 5th, 2017, on March 5th, 2017, the White House counsel's office was informed that the FBI was asking for transition period records relating to Flynn, indicating that the FBI was still actively investigating him. On March 6th, the president told advisors he wanted to call the acting attorney general to find out whether the White House, page 264, whether the White House or the president was being investigated, although it is not clear whether the president knew at that time of the FBI's recent request concerning Flynn. Subtitle 2. Remember, we still in that part that say the evidence, right? Okay. This is subtitle 2 now. Further evidence of obstruction. FBI Director Comey publicly confirms the existence of the Russia investigation in testimony before the House HPSCI. I forgot that, but it's the House Committee on Intelligence. On March 9th, 2017, Comey briefed the, quote, gang of 8, end quote, congressional leaders about the FBI's investigation of Russian interference, including an identification of the principal U.S. subjects of the investigation. Although it is unclear whether the president knew of that briefing at the time, notes taken by Annie Donaldson, then McGahn's chief of staff, on March 12, 2017, state, POTUS, President of the United States, quote, POTUS in a panic. POTUS in panic, chaos, need binders to put in front of POTUS. Number one, all things related to Russia, end quote. The week after, now he wants a binder, all things related to Russia put in front of him. Yeah? For what? It's not his investigation. It's the Department of Justice investigation. He ain't got nothing to do with that. But the week after Comey's briefing, the White House counsel's office was in contact with SSCI Chairman Senator Richard Burr, I guess the Senate committee, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. It says the White House counsel's office was in contact with the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence Chairman Senator Richard Burr about the Russia investigations and appears to have received information about the status of the FBI investigation. On March 20, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify before the House Senate HPS CI in advance of Comey's, on March 20th, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify before HPSCI. In advance of Comey's testimony, congressional officials made clear that they wanted Comey to provide information about the ongoing FBI investigation. Dana Boente, who at that time was the acting attorney general for the Russia investigation, authorized Comey to confirm the existence of the Russia investigation and agreed that Comey should decline to comment on whether any particular individuals, including the president, were being investigated. The main thing you definitely don't want to do if you investigating, what is the point if you're going to tell those who are being investigated that you're investigating them? What if you don't find nothing? Then they never know that they was under investigation, right? The public didn't know. The public ain't supposed to know. That way you're not damaging anyone's reputation, huh? In his opening remarks at the HPSCI hearing, which were drafted in consultation with the Department of Justice, Comey stated that he had, quote, been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of its counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, and that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts. As with any counterintelligence investigation, this will also include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed, end quote. Comey added that he would not comment further on what the FBI was, quote, doing and whose conduct it was examining, end quote, because the investigation was ongoing and classified. But he observed that he had, quote, taken the extraordinary step in consultation with the Department of Justice of briefing this Congress's leaders in a classified setting in detail about the investigation, end quote. Comey was specifically asked whether President Trump was, quote, under investigation during the campaign, end quote, or under, quote, under investigation now, end quote. Comey declined to answer, stating, quote, please don't overinterpret what I've said as the chair and ranking. No, we have briefed him in great detail on the subjects of the investigation and what we're doing. But I'm not going to answer about anybody in this forum, end quote. Comey was also asked whether the FBI was investigating the information contained in the Steele reporting, and he declined to answer. According to McGahn and Donaldson, the president had expressed frustration. The president had expressed frustration with Comey before his March 20 testimony. Oh, we on page 265, by the way. And the testimony made matters worse. The president had previously criticized Comey for too frequently making headlines and for not attending intelligence briefings at the White House. And the president suspected Comey of leaking certain information to the media. McGahn said the president thought Comey was acting like, quote, his own branch of government, end quote. Let's see here. He didn't complain about Comey when Comey came out there and said that Miss Clinton was under investigation, trying to protect the reputation of the FBI from the slander that Donald Trump had been trying to put on them. Now, all of a sudden, he's concerned about Comey coming out in the public saying things. Why? See, that's your problem. You see, when you encourage people to break protocol, to violate protocol, when you commend them for that, what happens when that protocol is violated and it's not in your favor? Then you discover that what they really wanted was for you to be biased and not they didn't want you to be upright and unbiased. They wanted bias in their favor. Do you understand? It's just like when you cheat, when you get referees that cheat. Well, if it's all right with you when they cheat in your favor, sooner or later, some more cheaters may come in, since you don't mind cheating, and maybe they may cheat against you. Then you scream like a scalded dog. The best thing to do is keep your government honest. That's the best way to keep yourself honest. But anyway, it says, before I move on to the next page, I'm going to read that paragraph again. According to McGahn and Donaldson, the president had expressed frustration with Comey before his March 20 testimony, and the testimony made matters worse. The president had previously criticized Comey for too frequently making headlines and for not attending intelligence briefings at the White House. And the president suspected Comey of leaking certain information to the media. McGahn, let me see. Comey had stopped attending, he said, intelligence briefings at the White House. The reason he stopped attending them was because the president was trying to earwig him. The president was trying to turn the attorney general into his puppet. So he sent others. The attorney general sent others to brief the president. He didn't want no more private conversations with him, trying to suggest that him and the president in some kind of way good buddies or something. And so the president had previously criticized Comey for too frequently making headlines and for not attending intelligence briefings at the White House. And the president suspected Comey of leaking certain information to the media. McGahn said the president thought Comey was acting like, quote, his own branch of government, end quote. In other words, Comey was doing what he was supposed to do, keeping the Justice Department's reputation intact of not being just a rubber stamp for whoever got in the presidency that gonna turn the nation that's based on laws into the nation of men. Whatever man get into office, the law change. That's what Trump done did. It used to be a time when whatever president took office, he inherited the word of the president before him with other nations. You don't come in and an agreement been made by your nation with another nation and then all of a sudden it ain't no good no more. Because you done changed hands here. That's the kind of dealings that they used to say, and I'm quoting them. That's what you see in banana republics. That's not what you see in civilized government. Page 266. Press reports following Comey's March 20 testimony suggested that the FBI was investigating the president, contrary to what Comey had told the president at the end of January 6, 2017, intelligence assessment briefing. McGahn, well, there's a whole lot of difference. It's a whole lot of days between January 6th and March 20. Huh? At that time, maybe they wasn't investigating him, but he created the need to investigate him with his big mouth, with his lack of respect. McGahn, Donaldson, and senior advisor Stephen Mueller recalled that the president was upset with Comey's testimony and the press coverage that followed because of the suggestion that the president was under investigation. Notes from the White House counsel's office dated March 21st, 2017, indicate that the president was, quote, beside himself, end quote, over Comey's testimony. The president called McGahn repeatedly that day to ask him to intervene with the Department of Justice, and according to the notes, the president was, quote, getting hotter and hotter. Get rid, quote, officials in the White House. That's what it said. The president was getting, quote, the president was, quote, getting hotter and hotter. And then it has a question mark after this same statement that's after hotter. The second time it has comma, get rid. And it was a quote, do you want to get rid of him now? Quote, question mark, end quote. Officials in the White House counsel's office became so concerned that the president would fire Comey that they began drafting a memorandum that examined whether the president needed cause to terminate the FBI director. At the president's urging, McGahn contacted Boente several times on March 21st, 2017, to seek Boente's assistance in having Comey or the Department of Justice correct the misperception that the president was under investigation. There wasn't no misperception. He was under investigation. Huh? Boente did not specifically recall the conversations, although, see, they was all participating in this. Now all of them talking about what they don't recall. Huh? Boente did not specifically recall the conversations, although he did remember one conversation with McGahn around this time where McGahn asked if there was a way to speed up or end the Russia investigation as quickly as possible. Boente said McGahn told him the president was under a cloud and it made it hard for him to govern. The president already knew what needed to happen to him. He had already said it. This is the end of my presidency. I'm intercoursed. After a special counsel was hired, he knew it was over. It was supposed to be over. He knew it. Wasn't no cloud over his presidency. It was time for him to go. And it says, Boente said McGahn told him the president was under a cloud and it made it hard for him to govern. Boente recalled telling McGahn that there was no good way to shorten the investigation, and attempting to do so could erode confidence in the investigation's conclusions. What do you mean made it hard for him to govern? You notice it came out, which the press, obviously, you are culpable. All of you in the press, you are culpable on Donald Trump because you didn't properly report his business history. That man wasn't even able to govern businesses. He ran businesses into bankruptcy. And you knew it. Boente said McGahn agreed and dropped the issue. The president also sought to speak with Boente directly. But McGahn, if I'm mispronouncing this man's name, I hope somebody tell me how to pronounce it. But McGahn told the president that Boente did not want to talk to the president about the request to intervene with Comey. Boente didn't even want to discuss that with him. Why? That's obstruction, man. McGahn recalled Boente telling him in calls that day that he did not think it was sustainable for Comey to stay on as FBI director for the next 4 years, which McGahn said he conveyed to the president. Boente did not recall discussing with McGahn or anyone else the idea that Comey should not continue as FBI director. Now, all of them lying. Huh? Okay. Why? Because if you're doing that, you are suggesting that maybe we need to get rid of Comey to get rid of this investigation, right? Subtitle 3. We still talking about evidence. This is under the heading of evidence, remember? Page 267. Subtitle 3. The president asks intelligence community leaders to make public statements that he had no connection to Russia. He's asking other people to lie for him. In the weeks following Comey's March 20, 2017 testimony, the president repeatedly asked intelligence community officials to push back publicly on any suggestion that the president had a connection to the Russian election interference effort. How could any of them come out there and say he didn't have no connection when they could not have possibly known? This is really something, ain't it? So in order to say he didn't have any connections with Russia, all of them would have had to just tell a bold-faced lie. Because they couldn't possibly have known that. On March 22nd, 2017, the president asked Director of National Intelligence Daniel Coates and CIA Director Michael Pompeo to stay behind in the Oval Office after a presidential daily briefing. According to Coates, the president asked them whether they could say publicly that no link existed between him and Russia. Coates responded that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, has nothing to do with investigations, and it was not his role to make a public statement on the Russia investigation. Pompeo had no recollection of being asked to stay behind after the March 22nd briefing. Standing up there, he had no what? He said Pompeo had no recollection. I don't recollect that. I don't. In other words, I don't even want to think about that. You know how you can, when people owe you and you go after your money, what are you trying to do? You go after it, you trying to collect it, huh? You trying to recollect the money that you distributed, huh? Now you see what recollection means. If he say, I have no recollection of that, meaning I ain't recalling that memory. Is that right? They know what he was doing. Pompeo had no recollection of being asked. They're not putting this in their own words. They putting it in his words. Pompeo had no recollection of being asked to stay behind after the March 22nd briefing. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen to all of you planners out there. You know them secret plans that you be making to do harm to people? When you visit the doctor next time, you're going to find out that there's some secret things been going on inside of you. What they call cancer, the silent killer. What is cancer? It's cells that's inside of your body that have changed and are not doing what they were designed for. You inside of this country, inside of the government of this country, not doing what your job description requires. You are a cancer. So let every man have done in his body according to that which he hath done. Oh, you thought I was making up something? Where's that at? I'll find it. Ain't no problem. Trust me, it ain't no problem for me to find it. In 2 Corinthians, chapter 5. This is what's coming for all you crooks out there. Chapter 5. And this is the 10th verse. It says, for we must all appear. You know, I like the word appear. You know what it suggests? It suggests that it was there all the time, but darkness covered it. You know what happened when the sun rises? Everything that was hidden in darkness now all of a sudden appears. Huh? For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. The judgment seat of Christ, when you understand who Christ is. Christ is all of the messengers of God collectively. And as all of them told you, when we are absent from this body here, we're going to be seated on the brain of the Lord himself. And everybody is becoming more and more clear to me. As it's written, for we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. That beautiful lady wrote that song. It says, he has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. You notice I talked to you for a little while, and I can tell you what's going on inside of your head. Soon I won't even have to talk to you. As it says, for we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that everyone may receive the things done in his body according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad. Now, what did I just tell you? All right. Let's go back and read it. I say to my Muslim brothers, whose country this is, they are white people, yes, but they are my Muslim brothers. Don't be afraid. Those who trying to destroy you are going to be destroyed. And I say to all of you who are my brothers and sisters, no matter what your color, don't be afraid of these people. Yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. You shall diligently seek their place, and you shall not find it. See, I got them scared to come in here and say anything to me anymore. Huh? Where's all them people that used to curse me out and tell me what, talking all up under their clothes, telling me what I need to do? Huh? I told them I was going to fix them. And I ain't through with you yet. Because you deserve what you getting. You deserve it. Because if Allah did not punish you, the book says, except those days be shortened, there would no flesh be saved. Don't be crying for these people. Because if they had their way, they would have been and killed you. They would have been and murdered you. I'm going to tell you something. You say, well, yeah, that's white people. No. That's wicked people. Color don't make you right, and it don't make you wrong. John Brown was a white man. And white people killed him for trying to help us. And killed all of his men who was helping him to try to help us. Abraham Lincoln was killed, not because so much he loved us, but the man had a semblance of justice in him. And he recognized that you cannot keep on doing evil and getting away with it. This universe demands that you reap what you sow. Knowing that, those who abolished the abolition of those who were called abolitionists and stuff like that, they knew, man, we can't keep doing this. There is a God. And even though the book says
we gonna be slaves. The book says it must needs be that offenses come, but woe unto that man by whom they cometh. All right. On March 22nd, 2017, the president asked Director of National Intelligence Daniel Coates and CIA Director Michael Pompeo to stay behind in the Oval Office after a presidential daily briefing. According to Coates, the president asked them whether they could say publicly that no link existed between him and Russia. And Coates responded, Daniel Coates responded that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI, has nothing to do with investigations, and it was not his role to make a public statement on the Russia investigation. Pompeo had no recollection of being asked to stay behind after the March 22nd briefing, but he recalled that the president regularly urged officials to get the word out that he had not done anything wrong related to Russia. How could you get the word out? How could officials get the word out in Congress or someplace else that the president had nothing to do with that when they hadn't did no investigation? The ones who was doing the investigation would have to be the ones to say whether he had anything to do with it. Is that right? So he was trying to get the word out through others to help him to do what he had been doing all the time, which was trying to undermine the American people's trust in the Department of Justice and the FBI in particular. Now you see the game he was playing? Set that air on something else, on 75, so it don't get so cold in here. I know, but I had it set on 72. You know, I stay hot all the time, so don't, you know that. Okay. And it says, I mean, when I get cold, I know something wrong. But anyway, Coates, I mean, look what he was doing. He was trying to play, he had been playing Devin Nunes, the crook, and Mitch McConnell and all of them who was supporting him, was indirectly helping him to undermine the American people's trust in their own Justice Department. That's the quickest way to have Americans, the United States citizens in particular, to take up arms against each other. It's when they lose trust in their Justice Department. Because the Justice Department is the defense that all supposed to trust in, like your immune system. If you don't trust your immune system, then you're going to start bombarding yourself with all kinds of medicines that ain't gonna really help you. Eventually, once your immune system go, you dead, man. And if you don't die immediately, your quality of life is so diminished
that it'll make you sometimes wish you was dead. You got these cancerous people in your government working against you to make you destroy yourself. You took them in, and they are destroying you from within you. That's what cancer does. It destroys its own host because it's a cell that has been converted from that which helps the body. It has now been converted to an enemy of its own self, of its own body. That's what happens when you keep feeding yourself poison. I'm glad that the internet, that Facebook and YouTube, I'm glad that they done started deciding that you're not going to come in and use our forum to put American citizens against each other. That's hateful. It's one thing to have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom to sow hatred and dissension. Get back to the point where you demand people be able, if you want to be on there talking about people, you give people the right to talk back. Let us hear how your argument holds up when somebody talking back to you. If you don't want to do that, if they don't want to do that, you ought to put them out. That go for me and anybody else. Coming on there just throwing something out there. And don't let no robots come on there. That's not abridging freedom of speech. You got freedom of speech, but they say you ain't got no freedom to walk into a theater and yell fire when it ain't there. In other words, you don't have the freedom to go around lying. You see what lying done did to America? Do you see what lying done did to America? Do you care? Lies done lit a fire in your house that's destroying it. The fires of hatred. The fires of disunity. The fires of wickedness. When people used to do wrong, they did know they was doing wrong. Ain't no man lusting after another man that don't know that's wrong. At least he used to did. And if you didn't know it was wrong, why are you saying you coming out of the closet? Why were you in the closet? Why? Because in your heart, you knew that it was wrong. And it wasn't wrong because people didn't like it. It was wrong because the book that you call holy condemned it. You knew God didn't like it. That's why they don't want you to say the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. They want to take that out of there. Talking about it's forcing religion on somebody. You ain't got to say the pledge, but you ain't got no right to tell people who want to say the pledge what they can and cannot say in there. You get up under somebody like Adolf Hitler, somebody like Donald Trump, you up under somebody like Hitler now. He just ain't smart as Hitler. But if you right up under somebody like that now, you wish that they had been under God when he get through with you. It says, Coates told this office that the president never asked him to speak to Comey about the FBI investigation. Some ODNI staffers however, had a different recollection of how Coates described the meeting immediately after it occurred. According to senior ODNI official Michael Dempsey, Coates said after the meeting that the president had brought up the Russia investigation and asked him to contact Comey to see if there was a way to get past the investigation, get it over with, end it, or words to that effect. Dempsey said that Coates described the president's comments as falling, quote, somewhere between musing about hating the investigation, end quote, and wanting Coates to, quote, do something to stop it, end quote. Musing means just thinking out loud. But yet it was both. Seeming like he wanted Coates to do something to get rid of it. And Coates said it was between the two. Then it says, Dempsey said Coates made it clear that he would not get involved with an ongoing FBI investigation. Huh? See, that's what happens when you have a nation that, for the most part, people believe that there is a God. And also people that have given their word that they will abide by the laws that they made, that their representatives made, the government that they set up. It's just like out on the basketball court, or on the football field, or on the baseball field. Everybody that play that game, in order to play it, you have to agree to abide by the rules of it. You put a man in the political arena, in the government, in the arena of government, that does not believe in the rule of law. You put a man in the government to be the chief executive of your government that is based on rule of law, that does not believe in rule of law. And you did it knowingly. The kingdom have been taken from you. And now it's back into the hands of the originator who's standing here talking to you. I'm trying to save your life. Not my fault if you don't have sense enough to accept my offer. You suit yourself. It says, Dempsey, Coates, Pardon me. Let's make sure that we get this right. According to senior ODNI official Michael Dempsey, Coates said after the meeting that the president had brought up the Russia investigation and asked him to contact Comey to see if there was a way to get past the investigation, meaning to get on through this thing, to get past the investigation, get it over with, end it, or words to that effect. Dempsey said that Coates described the president's comments as falling, quote, somewhere between musing about hating the investigation, end quote, and wanting Coates to, quote, do something to stop it, end quote. Dempsey said Coates made it clear that he would not get involved with an ongoing FBI investigation. Edward Gistaro, another ODNI official, recalled that right after Coates, page 268, right after Coates' meeting with the president on the walk from the Oval Office back to the Eisenhower Executive Office building, Coates said, excuse me, that the president had kept him behind to ask him what he could do to, quote, help with the investigation, end quote. Another ODNI staffer who had been waiting for Coates outside the Oval Office talked to Gistaro a few minutes later and recalled Gistaro reporting that Coates was upset because the president had asked him to contact Comey to convince him there was nothing to the Russia investigation. This is all under the heading evidence. On Saturday, March 25th, 2016, March 25th, 2017, 3 days after the meeting in the Oval Office, the president called Coates and again complained about the Russia investigations, saying words to the effect of, quote, I can't do anything with Russia. There's things I'd like to do with Russia, with trade and ISIS. They're all over me with this, end quote. Coates told the president that the investigations were going to go on and the best thing to do was to let them run their course. Coates later testified in a congressional hearing that he had, quote, never felt pressure to intervene or interfere in any way and shape with shaping intelligence in a political way or in relationship to an ongoing investigation, end quote. What he meant was when Donald Trump even suggested him to intervene, he had told him, I ain't gonna do that in no way, shape, or form. Ain't no pressure on me to do that. That was his way. He wasn't absolving Trump. That was a political statement to be read by whoever had understanding. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Do you understand? It's just like if somebody tried to get me to sell some drugs, and they was in a position of authority in the nation or something like that. If you ask me, did I feel pressure to do that? No, I ain't feel no pressure to do that, because you can't pressure me to do that. Do you understand? On March 26, 2017, the day after the president called Coates the president called NSA director, National Security Administrative Director, Admiral Michael Rogers. The president expressed frustration with the Russia investigation, saying that it made relations with the Russians difficult. But it's like somebody, you over there trying to be intimate with somebody and somebody looking at you. And you're talking about you making it difficult. I know what that meant. Then he said, the president told Rogers, quote, the thing with the Russians was messing up, end quote. The thing with the Russians was messing up. This is the president of the United States talking. The things with the Russians is messing up. His messing up, end quote, his ability to get things done with Russia. The president also said that the news stories linking him. Now, why would he keep telling all these other people that? If he's really the one that's in charge, why is he whining to all of these other people? Didn't I tell you he's just in front? I mean, this man's supposed to be president, right? I keep whining. Look, this is messing up. He want them to, let me go on and do this. I'm trying to do what you want me to do. Huh? You can always tell who somebody think is in charge by who they go whining to when something go wrong. he about don't know who in charge himself. But anyway, let's go on and go further. He said the president also said, well, Grover Norquist said we don't need we just need somebody with their working digits and can sign what we put in front of them, right? He got that, right? Okay. Set that there on 74 instead of 75. And let's try that. He says the president told Rogers quote, the thing with the Russians was messing up his, end quote, his ability to get things done with Russia. The president also said that the news stories linking him with Russia were not true and asked Rogers if he could do anything to refute the stories. Deputy Director of the NSA, Deputy Director of the NSA, Richard Leggett, who was present for the call, said it was the most unusual thing he had experienced in 40 years of government service. After the call concluded, Leggett prepared a memorandum that he and Rogers both signed, documenting the content of the conversation and the president's request. And they placed the memorandum in a safe. But Rogers did not perceive the president's request to be in order, and the president did not ask Rogers to push back on the Russia investigation itself. Now, remember now, this is all about obstruction of justice. Them fellas knew they ain't had no business discussing that investigation with the president and nobody else. Did you stay out of that? Huh? So they documenting this stuff. No, man, I ain't getting involved in that. Rogers later testified in a congressional hearing that As NSA director, he had, quote, never been directed to do anything he believed to be illegal, immoral, unethical, or inappropriate, end quote, and did, quote, not recall ever feeling pressured to do so. All of them adopting the same statement now. See, in order to pressure someone to do something, then it's a chance that you could get them to do it. You understand? Well, he said, no, I don't feel no pressure to do that. Huh? So, in addition to the specific comments made to Coates, Pompeo and Rogers, we're on page 269, by the way. And in addition to the specific comments made to Coates, Pompeo, and Rogers, the president spoke on other occasions in the presence of intelligence community officials about the Russia investigation and stated that it interfered with his ability to conduct foreign relations. Well, that's what he's being investigated for how he's been conducting foreign relations. Huh? It's like you in the middle of raping somebody and talking about you getting interference from the police. I mean, it ain't, it's funny, but it ain't. Okay. It says, on at least 2 occasions, the president began presidential daily briefings by stating that there was no collusion with Russia. A daily briefing, he in there talking about there ain't no collusion. And the FBI, the intelligence community there to try to brief him. And he starts off telling them, ain't no collusion. Boy, this is rich. And you put this man in the Oval Office. And you can't blame this on white people alone. Farrakhan was supporting Donald Trump, which means all them people who was following him was going for the lies Donald Trump was putting out, talking about he financing his own self. Lying! And Farrakhan then went for it. So a whole lot of Negroes went for that. A lot of you listening to me right now, you voted for him.
Son of man.
Yes.
I had something to say. It's not in any disagreement, but it was something that just happened to me about 35 minutes ago.
Yes, sir. What is it?
I wanted to bring it to your attention.
What is it?
And wanted to tell you that you are right. You are exactly right. Today, I mean, I'm so angry that I can't even really talk right now. So if I say something wrong or whatever, if you would please forgive me. But today, I decided that I would go to the synagogue because they were doing some about the Holocaust survivors.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, at 47 years of age, let me just experience that one thing before I commit completely to the nation. Just this one little thing, I want to just see if they are any different. And when I walked in at 10 minutes till 2 because I knew that they were going to, because it's supposed to start at 2, and the first thing that, that they're going to say is, oh, well, they are always late. So I made sure I was 10 minutes early, and when I walked in, I stayed, I'm just walking in the house now, I stayed 15 minutes, and I don't give a damn if he's a Jew or not. The devil is something else, and I thought that they would be different because they were Jews, but they're still the devil. They still was looking at me. Not one person, that was my first time in a synagogue, not one person spoke to me, and I don't give a damn if they can be Jews I mean, you know, this is East Texas, of course, but I thought that they would be different because they were a Jew. And they are the same devil. I don't care. They're the same devil. And they dislike me because of my skin color. And I will never again in this life ever go back to a synagogue in my life. So I just wanted to tell you that you were right. They're the devil, and they can claim that they are Jews, but they are still the devil.
Well, let me.
Look at me like I was. I mean, it was just.
Well, I'm gonna say this to you. I'm gonna say this to you. Every religious belief in this world has been false, and everyone in this world has been wicked, including myself. Those who call themselves Jews, those who call themselves Christians, those who call themselves Muslims, it makes no difference what we called ourselves. Our righteousnesses, our religions were all false. That's why the Jesus, he didn't even tell you that he brought you the right religion. Jesus told you when, mute your phone back so I don't keep hearing that. When Jesus was speaking and they said, "Good master, what must I do to inherit the kingdom of heaven?" And Jesus said, "Why are you calling me good? There is none good but one, and that is God." Because the scripture says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, meaning short of the understanding of this word here. And since you didn't understand it, it's no way you could be righteous. And since the understanding was not given to you, I don't want you mad at those people because they didn't speak to you. That you'll get that from just about any place. Most people live in a neighborhood together and don't speak to each other. People are buying guns because they don't care nothing about their neighbor. So don't be angry with them. Learn from your experience of how ugly that is. And then don't you be like that. Speak to them, even if they didn't speak to you. At least they didn't say you can't come in here. And when you go in someone else's home, you are their guest. Act like a guest. Don't act like it's your house. Don't go in there trying to judge them. Judge not that you be not judged. Condemn not that you be not condemned. And that's what I say to you. You know, I'm not here to teach you all how to keep not getting along with each other. You don't need me to teach you that. You already know how not to get along with one another. That's what you've been practicing, not getting along with each other. And look what it has done to the human family. We are the most dysfunctional family there is. With all of the family of animals and whatnot, the ones who were given the greatest gift, which is not animals, are acting like animals because of their choice. They choose to do things their own way, even though they see that the way that they have chosen are the ways of death. Death, the greatest sign of death is division. Whenever anything dies, it becomes divided. It begins to disintegrate. Look at how disintegrated we are. You notice they call a circuit board, the average circuit board is called an integrated circuit board. It means that things in different parts of the board, even though they are in different parts of the board, they all work together for the one common purpose. They all are interacting in such way to produce a positive result. We must learn how to interact with each other, regardless to what country or nation we are a member of. We must learn to work together like an integrated board for the good of humanity. So I don't want you to, you just now finding out the white man is the devil. I've been knowing that. But I also been knowing that the devil was made for a purpose. If I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the devil. It's just like the antigens that's in the immunity that you have against certain diseases. You wouldn't even have them if it wasn't for that disease. In order to give you an immunity shot, they had to first culture the disease and then from the disease develop an immunity to it. Since God is the God over every living thing, he's also the God over them viruses and desires that they live too. That's why the immune system was designed not to kill, but to convert. Except you be converted and become as a little child. In other words, become obedient to the rules that govern this body. You shall not enter in. Do you understand? That's what your immune system says. Let us convert you, and then you welcome in here. And then you can help convert others of your brethren that come in here, and we can all get along in peace. Do you understand? You'll be surprised what humility will do for you. When I walk into other people's, I travel a lot by myself, apparently. I'm never by myself, but it looks like I'm by myself. And wherever I travel, I walk into people's stores. I don't go in there looking proud and haughty. First thing I do is I speak to the person that's behind the counter. How you doing today? If they decide they don't want to speak back, it's okay. It's their store. I'm just passing through. I don't get an attitude, not one that you can see. But I do want to hurry up and get out of there. Because I don't like to be someplace where I'm not wanted. And if I'm not in a push, I'll just turn around and leave to make them happy. You see? But most of the time, when I speak to people on the highway, go in their place, and they speak back. And I'll ask them, how you doing today? And sometimes they look like something bothering them. I say, I'll tell them, look like you ain't having one of them best days. I know what you going. I had them days too. And then we kind of smile. And I let them know that I do mean it when I want to. And if I ask you how you doing, I do want to know. The first rule in trying to get people to care about you is to truly care about people. Why would you expect people to care about you when you don't care nothing about them? That's a form of insanity. Righteousness dictates that you treat all people like you want to be treated. I mean, you just saw a Jewish synagogue get shot up out on the West Coast. The one thing you have to acknowledge about the Jewish community is that they have a history of people persecuting them.
They have a history of people trying to annihilate them. So whenever something happens to one of their communities, it reopens an old wound. Did you think maybe they're still grieving about what happened out there? I mean, if you lose someone that you love, somebody may walk in your house and you may not be as hospitable as you normally would have been. And if they don't recognize that, they may think you being antisocial. When all you're doing is grieving. So, many people, you wait until you get mad at white people and then they the devil. That's because you don't really understand that they really are the devil. Because I'm not mad at them for being the devil. They are what God made them. Now it's time to remake everybody. The devil is a frame of mind with a specific task to which and for which it was made and designed. My Lord, as thou hast judged me to be erring, I'm going to make evil fast seeming to them on earth and cause them all to deviate. That was the devil's way of asking, you sure you know what you're doing here? You know what I'm finna go out here and do, right? And his Lord told him, that's the right way with me. And whosoever of them follow you, I will certainly fill hell with them all. I will fill them with misunderstanding. It is appointed once unto men to misunderstand, to die. And that's exactly what happened to us. Brother Collis, go there and close that vent off.
Well, you have you have said it.
This one right here, up over sister here.
My mother's in the grave, and she told me
That one right
she
there.
never met one that was
No, that one.
no. And so
One right in front of you here.
I guess I decided I was going to prove.
You don't have to close it all the way, but just
wrong. And I went there, and basically, what I witnessed, they knew I was. I was the only person.
the only black person in the room.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And they knew. They probably. I don't have a good poker face, but I was uncomfortable, and they. In other words, now I understand what you were saying when you say Trump is a racist, because he doesn't have to. He can let you know he is by his demeanor. He doesn't have to call us out of our name or whatever. And that's the same thing that I felt when I went in this place today. It was just, I didn't feel comfortable, and never again.
Well, I'm going to tell you something.
Never again, never again.
I'm going to tell all of you something. Until you learn to get along with those who look like you, how can you expect to get along with those who don't look like you? You and I, just like white people, when white people didn't have nobody around them but their own kind, they were killing each other. They wasn't getting along with each other.
You look at the Dark Ages, there have been many atrocities done by white people to white people. You look at the black community right here in America. We ain't got to, I may not be able to speak with authority on what goes on and went on in Africa, but I can speak with authority by the things that I've seen go on right here. And we put more of us in the emergency room on a daily basis than white people ever dreamed of in this modern time now. We do that to ourselves and our own people, and then want to put up a whole lot of fuss when you see a white police officer or somebody kill a black man or a black person or a child, and then you act like you care so much. But if you really cared, it would show in how you conduct yourself when black people do that to black people. I'm here to put a stop to it all. I'm not here to help you keep on trying to point the finger of blame at others while your glass is just as dirty as theirs. So you pay attention to me, and all of you need to change. I'm giving you the tools to save yourself with. I'm giving you the knowledge that will enable you to understand the need that you have to change. And if it worked for me, you have no excuse, because I grew up here with you. So now, let's get back to this. In addition to the specific comments made to Coates, Pompeo, and Rogers, the president spoke on other occasions in the presence of intelligence community officials about the Russia investigation and stated that it interfered with his ability to conduct foreign relations. On at least 2 occasions, the president began presidential daily briefings by stating that there was no collusion with Russia, and he hoped a press statement to that effect could be issued. Pompeo recalled that the president vented about the investigation on multiple occasions, complaining that, would you clean my glasses for me, please, baby? Complaining that Pompeo recalled that the president vented about the investigation on multiple occasions, complaining that there was no evidence against him and that nobody would publicly defend him. Now, here this man sitting up talking about there was no evidence against him when he was still under investigation. I mean, do you know how ludicrous he sounds there? Have you thought about what he was actually saying? Well, if it don't be no investigation, it won't be no evidence against him, will it? Boy, this is rich. It says, Rogers recalled a private conversation with the president in which he, quote, vented, end quote, about the investigation, said he had done nothing wrong, and said something like, quote, the quote, Russia thing has got to go away, end quote. The Russia thing has got to go away, end quote. Coates recalled the president bringing up the Russia investigation several times, and Coates said he finally told the president
that Coates' job was to provide intelligence and not get involved in investigations. In so many words, say, you can stop coming to me with this. I can't get involved in that. Okay, this is all evidence. Subtext 4. The president asks Comey to, quote, lift the cloud, end quote, created by the Russia investigation. On the morning of March 30th, 2017, the president reached out, this is page 269 still, the president reached out to Comey directly about the Russia investigation. There he is, interfering again, obstructing, trying to obstruct the investigation again, reaching directly to the FBI director, Comey. According to Comey's contemporaneous record of the conversation, the president said, quote, he was trying to run the country and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult. Page 270. The president asked Comey what could be done to, quote, lift the cloud, unquote, unquote. Comey explained, quote, that we were running it down as quickly as possible and that there would be great benefit if we didn't find anything to our good housekeeping seal of approval. If we didn't find anything to our good housekeeping seal of approval. But we had to do our work, end quote. Comey also told the president that congressional leaders were aware that the FBI was not investigating the president personally. The president said several times, quote, we need to get that fact out, end quote. The president commented that if there was, quote, some satellite, if, quote, if there was, quote, some satellite, end quote, which Comey took to mean an associate of the president's or the campaign that did something. Quote, it would be good to find that out, end quote, but that he himself had not done anything wrong and he hoped Comey, quote, would find a way to get out that we weren't investigating him, end quote. You know, if you hadn't done nothing wrong, then wasn't nothing gonna come out no way. Is that right? You got to keep telling people you ain't done nothing wrong? That sounds like Richard Nixon said, yo, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. I'm your president, I'm not a crook. And come to find out that's exactly what he was. Is that right? Okay. Then it says, after the call ended, pardon me, after the call ended, Comey called Boente and told him about the conversation, asked for guidance on how to respond. And he said he was uncomfortable with direct contact with the president about the investigation. Remember, he said the president, earlier, the president was saying he was kind of peeved or upset because Comey wasn't attending briefings. He wasn't attending White House briefings because the president kept on trying to earwig him and have him do stuff that he couldn't do. That was as much for the president's protection as it was his. But you can't protect a man who don't respect the law. Because the things the law says you can't do, he ignores. And will try his best to get you to ignore it. And if you don't ignore it, he'll fire you. On the morning of April 11th, 2017, the president called Comey again. According to Comey's contemporaneous notes, contemporaneous record of the conversation, the president said he was, quote, following up to see if Comey did what the president had asked last time, getting out that he personally is not under investigation, end quote. Comey responded that he had passed the request to Boente, but not heard back. They kept on passing it around, said, man, I'm through. I don't want this. Yeah, and you have it. Still trying to protect this foolish man that's in the White House. And Comey responded that he had passed the request to Boente, but not heard back. And he informed the president that the traditional channel for such a request would be, page 271, would be to have the White House counsel contact the Department of Justice leadership. The president said he would take that step. The president then added, quote, because I have been very loyal to you, very loyal. We had that thing, you know, in the president said he would take that step. The president then added, quote, because I have been very loyal to you, very loyal. We had that thing, you know, end quote. In a television interview that was taped early that afternoon, the president was asked if it was too late for him to ask Comey to step down. The president responded, quote, no, it's not too late. But you know, I have confidence in him. We'll see what happens. What did he mean he have confidence in him? He have confidence that, I mean, Comey's a nice man. He says, I think I can sway him to go on in life for me. That's what he meant. He always say he's nice. I like him. Now you understand, if I was a gambling man, which I'm not, but if I was, I would almost bet that Donald Trump was following the playbook of how to win friends and influence people. Con man, you know, most people, if you, the very title of that told me I don't need to read that book. Because it's just another way of saying how to con people into liking you so you can use them. I've watched people do that all my life. I've seen how people can, you praise the average person and you get them to do anything you want. Just praise them. You go up to them, oh man, you sharp, I like you. And then they go to blushing and grinning and going on. And don't try that on me. That don't work on me. I might ask you, what you like me for? I don't know nothing about you. I mean, really. You know, Peter, I ain't got that kind of need. Everybody likes to be liked. But, you know, my major concern is God pleased with me? He told me to study, as is written, study to show thyself approved unto God. a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So anyway, it says in a televised interview that was taped early that afternoon, the president, we on page 271, the president was asked if it was too late for him to ask Comey to step down. The president responded, quote, "No, it's not too late, but you know, I have confidence in him. We'll see what happens. You know, it's going to be interesting," end quote. After the interview, Hicks told the president she thought the president's comment about Comey should be removed from the broadcast of the interview, but the president wanted to keep it in, which Hicks thought was unusual. Well, that's because Hicks realized what that. You remember what I just said? You're gonna see what happens because he think he can manipulate Comey. Later that day, the president told senior advisors, including McGahn and Priebus, that he had reached out to Comey twice in recent weeks. The president acknowledged that McGahn would not approve of the outreach to Comey because McGahn had previously cautioned the president that he should not talk to Comey. Now he can't even claim ignorance. A lawyer telling you you should not do that. Don't do that. That's obstruction. But as he said, the president acknowledged that McGahn would not approve of the outreach to Comey because McGahn had previously cautioned the president that he should not talk to Comey directly to prevent any perception that the White House was interfering with investigations. The president told McGahn that Comey had indicated the FBI could make a public statement that the president was not under investigation if the Department of Justice approved that action. He didn't realize that they were just passing the buck. You know, since you won't hear it from me, you ask them if they want to do that. He said, after speaking with the president, McGahn followed up with Buente to relay the president's understanding that the FBI could make a public announcement if the Department of Justice cleared it. McGahn recalled that Buente said Comey had told him there was nothing obstructive about the calls from the president, but they made Comey uncomfortable. According to McGahn, Buente responded that he did not want to issue a statement about the president not being under investigation because of the potential political ramifications, and did not want to order Comey to do it because that action could prompt the appointment of a special counsel. Page 272. Buente did not recall that aspect of his conversation with McGahn, but did recall telling McGahn that the direct outreaches from the president to Comey were a problem. Buente recalled that McGahn agreed and said he would do what he could to address that issue. Now, here comes the analysis. Now, they've presented the evidence of the obstruction now to help analyze it. So now here's the analysis that the FBI made of it. In analyzing the president's reaction to Sessions' recusal and the requests he made to Coates, Pompeo, Rogers, and Comey, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of the obstruction of justice. A, obstructive act. The evidence shows that after Comey's March 20th, 2017 testimony, the president repeatedly reached out to intelligence agency leaders to discuss the FBI's investigation. But witnesses had different recollections of the precise content of those outreaches. Some ODNI officials recalled that Coates told them immediately after the March 22nd Oval Office meeting with the president, Coates told them that immediately after the March 22nd Oval Office meeting that the president asked Coates to intervene with Comey and, quote, stop, unquote, the investigation. But the first-hand witnesses to the encounter remember the conversation differently. Pompeo had no memory of the specific meeting. Now, let me put in between the lines that I'm reading. You know good and well Pompeo had a memory of it, but no memory that he was willing to recall. Do you understand? All right. Pompeo had no memory of the specific meeting, but generally recalled the president urging officials to get the word out that the president had not done anything wrong related to Russia. Coates recalled that the president asked that Coates state publicly that no link existed between the president and Russia, but did not ask him to speak with Comey or to help end the investigation. The other outreaches by the president during this period were similar in nature. The president asked Rogers if he could do anything to refute the stories linking the president to Russia. And the president asked Comey to make a public statement that would, quote, lift the cloud, unquote, of the ongoing investigation by making clear that the president was not personally under investigation. These requests, while significant enough that Rogers thought it important to document the encounter in a written memorandum, were not interpreted by the officials who received them as directives to improperly interfere with the investigation. B, the nexus to a proceeding. Nexus to a proceeding. This is the analysis now. At the time of the president's outreaches to leaders of the intelligence agencies in late March and early April 2017, the FBI's Russia investigation did not yet involve grand jury proceedings. The outreaches, however, came after and were in response to Comey's March 20, 2017 announcement that the FBI, as a part of its counterintelligence mission, was conducting an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Comey testified that the investigation included any links or coordination with Trump campaign officials and would, quote, include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed, end quote. Subtext C, intent. As described above, the evidence does not establish that the president asked or directed intelligence agency leaders to stop or interfere with the FBI's Russia investigation, meaning in those particular words. And the president affirmatively told Comey, meaning the president did tell Comey, he told Comey that if, quote, some satellite was involved in Russian election interference, quote, it would be good to find that out, end quote. but the president's intent in trying to prevent Sessions' recusal and in reaching out to Coates, Pompeo, Rogers, and Comey following Comey's public announcement of the FBI's Russia investigation is nevertheless relevant to understanding what motivated the president's other actions towards the investigation. No, he didn't just come out and admit and just say and obstruct it, keep it from happening. But all of his actions added up to that. Now that's me talking. Now I'm back to reading again. Page 273. The evidence shows that the president was focused on the Russia investigation's implications for his presidency, and specifically on dispelling any suggestion that he was under investigation or had links to Russia. Tell me something. Do you remember Helsinki? You remember when he had that one-on-one meeting with Putin in Helsinki when he was advised not to go? He went anyway, had it, and he went in there with Putin and Putin's interpreters and whatnot, and he had a one-on-one with Putin, took the notes of his interpreter away from the interpreter when they came out of there, and he's supposed to have been in there representing the American people, but the American people don't have no right to know what he talked about. That's rich, man. Says the evidence shows that the president was focused on the Russia investigation's implications for his presidency, and specifically on dispelling any suggestions that he was under investigation or had links to Russia. If he had no links to Russia, why would he be concerned about that being investigated? But anyway, in early March, the president attempted to prevent Sessions' recusal, even after being told that Sessions was following DOJ conflict of interest rules. After Sessions recused, the White House counsel's office tried to cut off further contact with Sessions about the matter, although it is not clear whether that direction was conveyed to the president. The president continued to raise the issue of Sessions' recusal, and when he had the opportunity, he pulled Sessions aside and urged him to unrecuse. The president also told advisors that he wanted an attorney general who would protect him the way he perceived Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder to have protected their presidents. The president made statements about being able, let me show you something here. What the foolish man didn't understand was Attorney General Sessions was trying to protect him by following the Department of Justice rules of conflict of interest and all of that kind of thing. He was doing what was supposed to be done to show that this administration was not an improperly placed administration, and that the president was a good president, made a good choice about his attorney general and everything. And Donald Trump did everything he could to show that he wasn't qualified. Do you understand? It says the president made statements about being able to direct the course of criminal investigations, saying words to the effect of, quote, You are telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations, or Obama didn't tell Eric Holder who to investigate? End quote. And he has a big question of, after Comey publicly confirmed the existence of the FBI's Russia investigation on March 20th, 2017, the president was, quote, beside himself, end quote, and expressed anger that Comey did not issue a statement correcting any misperception that the president himself was under investigation. The president sought to, now here he's trying to make the FBI director a political activist. Anyway, he said he was beside himself and expressed anger that Comey did not issue a statement correcting any misperception that the president himself was under investigation. The president sought to speak with acting Attorney General Boente directly and told McGahn to contact Boente to request that Comey make a clarifying statement. I'm going to bring back to your attention that the FBI ain't just making up rules as they go. I had brother James to call and ask them about some people that he was doing business with as far as accounting work, because they were not, they seemed like they was from overseas. And I said, brother, call the FBI and see if we're supposed to be dealing with these people first. And when he called the FBI, they told him, we don't comment on whether we are investigating people or not. That's not, I mean, that's just the way it is. They don't tell you if they're investigating somebody. And when I thought about it, I said, well, I guess he wouldn't, because, crooks do that. They'll call them and say, hey, is we under investigation? So, I told him, I said, well, you just be careful, brother. Don't be, if anything looks strange to you, report it. And so, here you asking the FBI to clear you when you claim you ain't guilty of nothing in the first place. Why should they, out of the blue, say you wasn't involved in something and they still investigating who was involved? Why do you need them to say you wasn't involved? They're going to eventually say that anyway if you wasn't. Ain't that right? But anyway, he said, the president sought to speak with acting Attorney General Boente directly and told McGahn to contact Boente to request that Comey make a clarifying statement. The president then asked other intelligence community leaders to make public statements to refute the suggestion that the president had links to Russia. But the leaders told him they could not publicly comment on the investigation. On March 30th and April 11th, against the advice of White House advisors who had informed him that any direct contact with the FBI could be perceived as improper interference in an ongoing investigation, the president made personal outreaches to Comey, asking him to, quote, lift the cloud, end quote, of the Russia investigation by making public the fact that the president was not personally under investigation. How many times did they tell him that that's not lawful for them to do? When someone tells you that something is not lawful, even Richard Nixon, when he made the statement about Charles Manson in the fervor, in the heat of the moment when he was in a state of anger and passion about the LaBianca murders and the Sharon Tate murders that Charles Manson them did in the Manson family, Nixon immediately got back on there because he's a lawyer. He got back on the air and apologized and said, I had no business saying nothing. Huh? Disregard what I said. Everyone in this country has a right to a fair hearing. How does he get that if the president comes out saying crazy stuff like, I mean, he backed up out of respect for law. This man has been told how many times that he cannot be contacting the attorney general, the director of the FBI, going past the chain of command to the trying to intervene in an ongoing investigation. You can't do that. He didn't care. He kept doing it. He says, on March 30th and April 11th, against the advice of White House advisors who had informed him that any direct contact with the FBI could be perceived as improper interference in an ongoing investigation, the president made personal outreaches to Comey, asking him to, quote, lift the cloud, unquote, of the Russia investigation by making public the fact that the president was not personally under investigation. Evidence indicates that the president was angered by both the existence of the Russia investigation and the public reporting that he was under investigation. Public reporting means that's what the news media was circulating. A public reporting that he was under investigation, which he knew was not true based on Comey's representations. The president complained to advisors that if people thought Russia helped him with the election, it would detract from what he had accomplished. This man was so self-centered. Even if he had been innocent, he was showing he didn't belong in the position of president because he didn't care that Russia had interfered in the most sacred thing that a democracy or democratic republic of this nature has, which is their electoral process. You should always want to know that your electoral process is free of any kind of shenanigans, any kind of foreign interference, any kind of outside interference that you need to put that in check. Is that right? Because if it's not a carefully guarded thing, then you may find out that you're not the one that's really electing your government. Evidence indicates that the president was angered by both the existence of the Russia investigation. He didn't even want the investigation, period. Even after he found out, after the intelligence community told him Russia interfered. That didn't bother him. He said it wouldn't give him no pause if Russia did interfere. Yeah, right. The president complained to advisors that if people thought Russia helped him with the election, it would detract from what he had accomplished. If Russia had helped him with the election, It should have made him want to do it again. I mean, you run around here talking about you hate Muslims, Mr. Trump. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, let me show you what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. Just give me a minute. I'm going to let you hear this. You people are a bunch of hypocrites.
Much I want to talk with you about, but I must not forget to tell you this. I don't go to the nations of the East to get something from them for myself. I get that for you. And now you are spreading all over the path that I've been trying to make for you. Absolutely distorted. Because you want to be the big boy for yourself. And you are making yourself the little boy. What I have been told that you are trying to do, where I have gone along, I feel like a fox right, want to hide my head in the sand for your foolish act. Soon as I went and began to talk, pray for you with J. Can you hustle there? Want to try to get a trial fee for yourself. Such foolish people. Throughout the country, there is little clusters of groups of my people here trying to trail me everywhere that I go to get a self-business with the people. If I would go to Russia, you go in there. I can get into Russia today for you if I wanted to. But I respect the American government. I won't go and grab that in to help me. I don't need them. It's with the people. I'll go to Russia, you go in there. I can get into Russia today for you if I want to. But I respect the American government. I won't go and grab that in to help me. I don't need them.
Too bad Donald Trump didn't feel that way, huh? You got nerve enough to talk about you hate us. We wasn't running over there to Russia trying to get Russia to help us do nothing. And it's not because so much that they wouldn't have. It's because we respect this government. And we will not go to their enemies seeking their help. We don't need them. Didn't even give Donald Trump no pause, did he? That's what he said when the reporter asked him, does he give him pause? He said, no, don't give me no pause. They can get them. Then he said, Russia, if you're listening, if you can find those 30,000 emails, I think you will be rewarded mightily by our press if you release them. Means people, you got nerve enough to be walking around here trying to pretend that you love the flag. Let me tell you something about wrapping yourself up around the flag. I know how big snakes do with people. them pythons and them big old boa constrictors and stuff. They fall on you and wrap yourself around you and squeeze you to death. You remember when he stand up there squeezing the flag? He done wrapped himself around the United States government, him and him lackeys that's helping him and trying to choke the life out of you. And if you don't wake up in a hurry, you ain't gonna wake up at all. I told you the best protection you can put on any democratic society where the people are the ones who elect their governments. The best protection you can put on them is to enlighten their minds. What does the FBI do? They investigate and they tell you what they found. They enlighten your mind to what's going on around you. That's what Benjamin Franklin said to the lady when she asked him, what kind of government have you given us? He said, a Republican government, meaning a democratic republic, if you can keep it. You know, they have what's called fire watch in the military. Wherever you go on any military base, while everybody's asleep, everybody ain't asleep. Somebody is up walking fire watch. And when they get through with their shift, another one takes over. While some sleep, at least one is awake. George Washington compared partisan politics. He compared parties to fire. They always bear watching because they can burst into a flame and destroy your house. Look how the House of Representatives, look how the Congress is now being destroyed by the fire of party. People don't ever stop running for election now. When one election is over, they start working on the next one. It's no longer one Congress now. Now it's all about the Democrats and the Republicans. Put the Democrats in charge, we'll do this. Put the Republicans in power, we'll do this. It ain't no longer a functional government. It's a dysfunctional government that constantly stays at odds with each other. You've lost your way. And you cannot say I don't have an objective view because that's all I could ever have. I have never been inside of your government. So I'm always looking at it from the outside. And what I see going on right now is what I've seen happening in my people and what I've experienced with my own people for the past 400 years. You got people right now that I'm in a town here right now where people refuse to support the good that I'm trying to do for the town because I'm a Muslim. And they say they are not. And I ain't thinking about them old Muslims. They always talk about they want to see black people progress. Now, I'm a black man here trying to help them progress. And they fight me because I ain't black enough, I guess. I need to be what they are that haven't made no progress. I done watched Christians and Baptists and all of these people in the black community, preachers taking our people's money. I've watched my mother go to church all her life and stay in poverty all her life. Dress up on Sunday and go put on some decent looking clothes
and living in squalor and filth. Then you talk about singing that song, give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. It may have been good enough for my mama and it might have been good enough for my father, but it sure ain't good enough for me. I don't want no religion that demands that I have to be poor and stay in poverty in order to please God. That's not the Bible I've read. The Bible I read said, above all things, brethren, I would that you prosper. Job wasn't no poor man. David wasn't poor. Solomon wasn't poor. Jesus wasn't poor. Poor people couldn't go to school in Jesus' day and time. How did he learn how to read? Is this not the carpenter's son? Is not his mother and his brethren all with us? Mary's daddy wasn't poor. You got it all mixed up, man. Yes, what is?
Two things to ask you. One, did you have a comment on the president, how he acted toward Puerto Rico, but the other day he talked about sending aid?
No, I ain't got no comment on that. That speaks for itself. That speaks for itself. I mean, everybody know that man is a racist. That's who put him in there. For the most of his votes. That's why no matter what he do, as long as he profess racism, he ain't gonna never lose 30-something% of the people. You got some people that there's just no saving, and I know that. Yet even those people, they don't come in here and say nothing to me. Even while I'm talking about him, they don't say nothing to me. Because they know I don't mind talking to them. And the more I talk to them, the more bigger fool they look like. If the only thing you got going for you is your skin, and that's what you think makes you better or something than somebody else, you can't be nothing but a zip fool. Only a very ignorant person would rely on anything that flimsy. Them's the kind of people that think they could buy the Brooklyn Bridge. Them are the kind of people that think a spider web, because it seemed to hold up to a rainstorm, they could get up under it and keep from getting wet. And I'm not making fun of you, you're making fun of yourself by being that stupid. You don't have to go to no college to learn that white skin came out of black skin. Go to any one of your libraries. Go to the non-fiction part. Get the book on anthropology. See what Gregor Mendel had to say. Look in the dictionary for Gregor Mendel. Then go and get one of his books on recessive and dominant. I tell you what, go get some of your teachers
the smart ones that you claim so smart. Go and get them, bring them in here and tell them, refute what I said about black people being everybody's daddy and mama. You don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. You may not know what I'm talking about, but I sure do. And the only reason you don't know it is because if you hadn't known it, you couldn't have ruled for 6,000 years. You'd have felt too cheap. Now let me get on. Turn your mic on, brother.
Second thing you was talking about partitism, and the other day when Lindsey Graham got on television and swore the media and nobody else even got on him about that. He got so caught up in talking about, the investigation that he, as they say, dropped the F-bomb when he was reading that letter about Trump.
Lindsey Graham had already been punked by Trump once. When Trump gave out Lindsey Graham's phone number, that told you that he didn't have no respect for Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham don't even have no respect for Lindsey Graham anymore. Lindsey Graham is he's a half a man. And that's all he will ever be now. So, I don't pay no attention to that. You don't have to disgrace a fool. Leave him alone and he'll disgrace himself. It's like the old saying go. It would be better to remain silent and be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. You remember I told you either yesterday or a few days ago, you have never heard a black man stand up and say the things that I say about white people and shut their mouth like you have seen and heard me do that. Now, if I'm not the Lord, who am I? Let's see you do it. Farrakhan tried to do it, and now they done banned him from Facebook. Every time he opened his mouth about the Jews or something, he's called an anti-Semite. Matter of fact, that's what they banned him for, ain't it? Say he's anti-Semitic. Semitic, I should say. I've said everybody's religion is a lie but mine. Ain't nobody calling me anti-nothing. The messenger told me I had to wait my time. I understand what he meant now. I had to grow up. I'm not that little child I was in knowledge and understanding back in 1973 and 1975. I have grown up now. And the messenger said, who can successfully oppose Allah in Allah's time? Come on in here and show me what opposition you can put forth against anything I'm saying. Let me hear it. What are you going to do when I finally get fed up with you? What you going to do then? Everything that this book said is what's going to be done. The Holy Scripture, the Holy Bible, everything in it, that's what's going to be done. I tried my best to get you to get behind me and stay there so that I could purify you and remove all of your evil and forgive you and get that off of you. But no, I got to be your nigga. All right. Remember, you see, if you had let me give you a rebirth of your mind, you would see the kingdom of God standing here. You'd see the kingdom of heaven. The knowledge of the Holy Scriptures has now taken on flesh and blood, standing here talking to you. Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. All he can see is a nigga. A uppity one at that. That's what I am to most of you. A uppity nigga. Wait and see. Try to share knowledge with you, you get offended because it's me talking. That nigga gonna tell me what to do. Okay, right on. And while you angry with me, the Holy Quran tells me to say, die in your rage. The Holy Quran says, we are not to be overcome. We are not to be overcome. The Son of Man and all the holy angels with me. We are not to be overcome. Do they not see that we have sent death among them? When the last time you heard one man stand up in front of the whole world and whatever he talk about, everybody have to shut up? When? Who needs to correct me? You are my witnesses. All right. It says, evidence indicates that the president was angered by both the existence of the Russia investigation and the public reporting that he was under investigation, which he knew was not true based on Comey's representations. Remember, them representations was back in January. Huh? The president complained to advisors that if people thought Russia helped him with the election, it would detract from what he had accomplished. Other evidence indicates that the president was concerned about the impact of the Russia investigation on his ability to govern. The president complained that the perception that he was under investigation was hurting his ability to conduct foreign relations, particularly with Russia. The president told Coates he, quote, can't do anything with Russia, end quote. He told Rogers that, quote, the thing with the Russians, end quote, was interfering with his ability to conduct foreign affairs. And he told Comey that, quote, he was trying to run the country and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult. He's trying to ruin the country. That's what he's trying to do. Anyway, page 274. Subtext D. The events leading up to and surrounding the termination of FBI Director Comey. Here's the overview. This the opening statement. of what they intend to give you evidence of. Comey was scheduled to testify before Congress on May 3rd, 2017. Leading up to that testimony, the president continued to tell advisors that he wanted Comey to make public that the president was not under investigation. Now, I want you to understand something. You have to remember that I only graduated from the 12th grade, and that with D's. I wasn't interested in school. I was just going because my mother and them made me go. But when Allah chooses a person, then Allah is able to enlighten that mind where it was in the dark. Now you understand what I was telling you. For just as I ain't got no business being able to read this the way that I'm reading it, I told you George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and all of those people didn't have no business having the command of language that they had unless God was with them. And what a fool you are to try to obstruct the plans that God have for his earth and the people on it. What a fool you are. At the hearing, Comey declined to answer questions about the scope or subjects of the Russia investigation and did not state publicly that the president was not under investigation. 2 days later, on May 5th, 2017, the president told close aides he was going to fire Comey. And on May 9th, he did so, using his official termination letter to make public that Comey had on 3 occasions informed the president that he was not under investigation. The president decided to fire Comey before receiving advice or a recommendation from the Department of Justice, but he approved an initial public account of the termination that attributed it to a recommendation from the Department of Justice based on Comey's handling of the Clinton email investigation. After Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein resisted attributing the firing to his recommendation, the president acknowledged that he intended to fire Comey regardless of the DOJ recommendation and was thinking of the Russia investigation when he made the decision. The president also told the Russian foreign minister, quote, "I just fired the head of the FBI. He was crazy, a real nut job. I faced great pressure because of Russia. That's taken off. I'm not under investigation," end quote. What are you telling the Russians for? Evidence. Subtitle 1. Number 1, the evidence that's about to be presented to show what he did with Comey about firing him. Comey testifies before the Senate Judiciary Committee and declines to answer questions about whether the president is under investigation. On May 3rd, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify at an FBI oversight hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee. McGahn recalled that in the week leading up to the hearing, the president said that it would be the last straw if Comey did not take the opportunity to set the record straight by publicly announcing that the president was not under investigation. The president had previously told McGahn that the perception that the president was under investigation was hurting his ability to carry out his presidential duties and deal with foreign leaders. At the hearing, Comey declined to answer questions about the status of the Russia investigation, stating, quote, the Department of Justice had authorized him to confirm that the Russia investigation exists, end quote, but that he was, quote, not going to say another word about it, end quote, until the investigation was completed. Comey also declined to answer questions about whether investigators had ruled out anyone in the Trump campaign as potentially a target of the criminal investigation. Quote, including whether the FBI had, quote, ruled out the president of the United States. Now, he wouldn't say whether he was under investigation or not, because that is not what the FBI does. They don't tell people that they are under investigation. Do you understand? That's like telling, that's like a thief. Even you remember the book say, "I come as a thief." But you notice I told you, when you really want to find out something about somebody, don't tell them you coming. You want to find out what I'm about, then you just pop up. If I ain't doing nothing but doing what I claim to be, building a nation, whenever you find me, whenever you come, you'll find me doing what I said that I'm doing. Do you understand? You know, so likewise, I understand that principle. If you want to know the truth about someone, watch them when they don't know you watching. Look at them when my parents do that all the time. Listen to them talking when they think you're not listening. And if they ain't doing nothing that is untoward or whatnot, it don't make no difference. Because what you find them doing is in accord with what you taught them. You understand? Okay. So sometimes you can correct them when you find them doing something they ain't got no business, and you walk up on them, you say, now look, you know better. The FBI did that with presidents. Kennedy was one of them. Now look, you're the president of the United States. You can't do that. Huh? And Mr. Kennedy corrected that. I mean, that's how they protect presidents. They remind them, the law say you can't do that, Mr. President. They don't say, I got you. They simply tell him, the law say you can't do that, Mr. President. And he said, oh, okay. And that's that. Now he's been protected. But the president don't say, well, look, figure out a way where I can. Well, what? I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, sir. No, you can't tell me nothing like that. Man. Comey was also asked at the hearing about his decision to announce 11 days before the presidential election that the FBI was reopening the Clinton email investigation. Comey stated that it made him, quote, mildly nauseous to think that we might have had some impact on the election, end quote, but added that, quote, even in hindsight, end quote, he, quote, would make the same decision, end quote. He later repeated that he had no regrets about how he had handled the email investigation and believed he had, quote, done the right thing at each turn. In the afternoon, following Comey's testimony, the president met with McGahn, Sessions, and Sessions' chief of staff, Jody Hunt. At that meeting, the president asked McGahn how Comey had done in his testimony, and McGahn relayed that Comey had declined to answer questions about whether the president was under investigation. The president became very upset and directed his anger at Sessions. According to notes written by Hunt, the president said, quote, "This is terrible, Jeff. It's all because you recused. AG is supposed to be most important appointment. Kennedy appointed his brother. Obama appointed Holder. I appointed you, and you recused yourself. You left me on an island. I can't do anything." End quote. The president said that the recusal was unfair and that it was interfering with his ability to govern and undermining his authority with foreign leaders. Now, what is that to say? That the law was in the way. They told him that's the law. You can't, that's a conflict of interest. And when there's a conflict of interest, I have to recuse myself. So the law was in the way. And by trying to get him to unrecuse, he was trying to get him to ignore the law, like he'd been doing. Okay. Sessions responded that he had no choice but to recuse. And it was mandatory rather than discretionary, a mandatory rather than discretionary decision. Hunt recalled that Sessions also stated at several times, pardon me, wrong one. Sessions also stated at some point during the conversation that a new start at the FBI would be appropriate, and the president should consider replacing Comey as FBI director. This is page 276. According to Sessions, when the meeting concluded, it was clear that the president was unhappy with Comey. But Sessions did not think the president had made the decision to terminate Comey. Bannon recalled that the president brought Comey up with him at least 8 times on May 3rd and May 4th, 2017. According to Bannon, the president said the same thing each time. Quote, "He told me 3 times I'm not under investigation. He's a showboater. He's a grandstander. I don't know any Russians. There was no collusion." End quote. Bannon told the president that he could not fire Comey because, quote, "that ship had sailed." End quote. Bannon also told the president that firing Comey was not going to stop the investigation, cautioning him that he could fire the FBI director but could not fire the FBI. Ain't that what Chris Christie told him? I mean, that's one group to another. Huh? Bannon may not have been no lawyer, but Chris Christie sure was. Chris Christie was once a prosecutor, an attorney general. And he told Trump, that ain't gonna stop the investigation. Okay, subtitle 2, the president makes the decision to terminate Comey. The weekend following Comey's May 3rd, 2017 testimony, the president traveled to his resort in Bedminster, New Jersey. At a dinner on Friday, May 5th, attended by the president and various advisors and family members, including Jared Kushner and Senator and Senior Advisor Stephen Mueller, the president stated that he wanted to remove Comey and had ideas for a letter that would be used to make the announcement. The president dictated arguments and specific language for the letter, and Mueller took notes. As reflected in the notes, the president told Mueller that the letter should start, quote, not the letter will start, but should start. You know, like you're making up something. The letter should start, quote, while I greatly appreciate you informing me that I am not under investigation concerning what I have often stated is a fabricated story on a Trump-Russia relationship pertaining to the 2016 presidential election, please be informed that I believe the American public, including D's and R's, Democrats and Republicans, have lost faith in you as director of the FBI, end quote. Following the dinner, Mueller prepared a termination letter based on those notes and research he conducted, based on those notes and research he conducted to support the president's arguments. Over the weekend, the president provided several rounds of page 277 of edits on the draft letter. Mueller said the president was adamant that he not tell anyone at the White House what they were preparing because the president was worried about leaks. In his discussion with Mueller, the president made clear that he wanted the letter to open with a reference to him not being under investigation. Mueller said he believed that fact was important to the president to show that Comey was not being terminated based on any such investigation. According to Mueller, the president wanted to establish as a factual matter that Comey had been under a, quote, review period, end quote, and did not have assurance from the president that he would be permitted to keep his job. The final version of the termination letter prepared by Mueller and the president began in a way that closely tracked what the president had dictated to Mueller at the May 5th dinner. Quote, dear Director Comey, while I greatly appreciate your informing me on 3 separate occasions that I am not under investigation concerning the fabricated and politically motivated allegations of a Trump-Russia relationship with respect to the 2016 presidential election, please be informed that I, along with members of both political parties, and most importantly, the American public, have lost faith in you as the director of the FBI, and you are hereby terminated, end quote. The 4-page letter went on to critique Comey's judgment and conduct, including his May 3rd testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee, his handling of the Clinton email investigation, and his failure to hold leakers accountable. The letter stated that Comey had, quote, asked the president at dinner shortly after inauguration to let Comey stay on in the director's role, and the president said that he would consider it, end quote. But the president had, quote, concluded that he had no alternative but to find new leadership for the Bureau, a leader that restores confidence and trust. And, you know, see how he tried to put words in the director's mouth? The director never asked him. He asked the director, did he want to stay on? And the director said, yes, I intend to. But then he tried to make it look like the director asked him to stay on. I mean, he's just lying, just a liar. In the morning of Monday, May 8th, 2017, the president met in the Oval Office with senior advisors, including McGahn, Priebus, and Mueller, and informed them he had decided to terminate Comey. The president read aloud the first paragraphs of the termination letter he wrote with Mueller, it's page 278, and conveyed that the decision had been made and was not up for discussion. The president told the group that Mueller had researched the issue and determined the president had the authority to terminate Comey without cause. In an effort to slow down the decision-making process, McGahn told the president that DOJ leadership was currently discussing Comey's status and suggested that White House counsel's office attorneys should talk with Sessions and Rod Rosenstein, who had recently been confirmed as the Deputy Attorney General. McGahn said that previously scheduled meetings with Sessions and Rosenstein that day would be an opportunity to find out what they thought about firing Comey. At noon, Sessions, Rosenstein, and Hunt met with McGahn and White House counsel's office attorney Utman Dillon and at the White House. McGahn said that the president had decided to fire Comey and asked for Sessions and Rosenstein's views. Sessions and Rosenstein criticized Comey and did not raise concerns about replacing him. McGahn and Dillon said the fact that neither Sessions nor Rosenstein objected to replacing Comey gave them peace of mind that the president's decision to fire Comey was not an attempt to obstruct justice. An Oval Office meeting was scheduled later that day so that Sessions and Rosenstein could discuss the issue with the president. At around 5 p.m., the president and several White House officials met with Sessions and Rosenstein and to discuss Comey. The president told the group that he had watched Comey's May 3rd testimony, page 279, over the weekend and thought that something was, quote, not right, unquote, with Comey. The president said that Comey should be removed and asked Sessions and Rosenstein for their views. Hunt, who was in the room, recalled that Sessions responded that he had previously recommended that Comey be replaced. McGahn and Dillon said Rosenstein described his concerns about Comey's handling of the Clinton email investigation. Yes, and he was right about that. The president then, but there were mitigating and extenuating circumstances that something that happened in the president attacking the FBI, a candidate accusing the FBI of being on Hillary Clinton's side and all that old kind of stuff. Rosenstein had to try to, Comey had that to deal with. And before judging him, you should have put yourself in his position. What would you have done to try to alleviate this purposeful attempt on Donald Trump's part to undermine the credibility of the FBI? But anyway, the president then distributed copies of the termination letter he had drafted with Mueller, and the discussion turned to the mechanics of how to fire Comey and whether the president's letter should be used. McGahn and Dillon urged the president to permit Comey to resign, but the president was adamant that he be fired. The group discussed the possibility that Rosenstein and Sessions could provide a recommendation in writing that Comey should be removed. You know why he wanted to fire Comey? It's so that when Comey left, and got out there and started telling the truth, he could accuse him of just being mad because he got fired. Do you understand? I mean, it's textbook stuff. Anyway, the president agreed and told Rosenstein to draft a memorandum, but said he wanted to receive it first thing in the next morning. Hunt's notes reflect that the president told Rosenstein to include in his recommendation the fact that Comey had refused to confirm that the president was not personally under investigation. According to notes taken by a senior DOJ official of Rosenstein's description of his meeting with the president said, quote, "Put the Russia stuff in the memo," end quote. Rosenstein responded that the Russia investigation was not the basis of his recommendation, so he did not think Russia should be mentioned. The president told Rosenstein he would appreciate it if Rosenstein put it in his letter anyway. When Rosenstein, excuse me, when Rosenstein, page 279, left the meeting, he knew that Comey would be terminated, and he told DOJ colleagues that his own reasons for replacing Comey were, quote, "not the president's reasons," end quote. On May 9th, Hunt delivered to the White House a letter from Sessions recommending Comey's removal and a memorandum from Rosenstein addressed to the Attorney General titled, quote, "Restoring Public Confidence in the FBI," end quote. McGahn recalled that the president liked the DOJ letters and agreed that they should provide the foundation for a new cover letter from the president accepting the recommendation to terminate Comey. Notes taken by Donaldson on May 9th reflected the view of the White House counsel's office that the president's original termination letter should, quote, "not see the light of day," end quote, and that it would be better to offer, quote, "no other rationales for the firing than what was in Rosenstein's and Sessions' memorandum." The president asked Mueller to draft a new termination letter and directed Mueller to say in the letter that Comey had informed the president 3 times that he was not under investigation. McGahn, Priebus, and Dillon objected to including that language, but the president insisted that it be included. McGahn, Priebus, and others perceived that language to be the most important part of the letter to the president. That was, as far as he was concerned, that was the most important part of the letter. At page 281. Dillon made a final pitch to the president that Comey should be permitted to resign, but the president refused. Around the time that the president's letter was finalized, Priebus summoned Spicer and the press team to the Oval Office, where they were told that Comey had been terminated for the reasons stated in the letters by Rosenstein and Sessions. To announce Comey's termination, the White House released a statement which Priebus thought had been dictated by the president. In full, the statement read, quote, "Today, President Donald J. Trump informed FBI Director James Comey that he has been terminated and removed from office. President Trump acted based on the clear recommendations of both Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein and Attorney General Jeff Sessions." That was a lie, right? End quote. That evening, FBI Director Andrew McCabe, that evening, FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe was summoned to meet with the president at the White House. The president told McCabe that he had fired Comey because of the decisions Comey had made in the Clinton email investigation and for many other reasons. The president asked McCabe if he was aware that Comey had told the president 3 times that he was not under investigation. Pardon me. The president also asked McCabe whether many people in the FBI disliked Comey and whether McCabe was part of the, quote, resistance, unquote, that had disagreed with Comey's decisions in the Clinton investigation. McCabe told the president that he knew Comey had told the president he was not under investigation, that most people in the FBI felt positively about Comey, and that McCabe worked, quote, very closely, end quote, with Comey and was part of all the decisions that had been made in the Clinton investigation. Page 282. Later that evening, the president told his communications team he was unhappy with the press coverage of Comey's termination and ordered them to go out and defend him. The president also called Christie, and according to Christie, said he was getting, quote, killed, unquote, unquote, in the press over Comey's termination. The president asked what he should do. Christie asked, quote, did you fire Comey because of what Rod wrote in the memo? End quote. And the president responded, quote, yes. Christie said that the president should, quote, get Rod out there, end quote, and have him defend the decision. The president told Christie, the president told Christie that this was a, quote, good idea, end quote, end quote. And said, tell him to take care. Tell him, I mean, this is the man that's president. He a long way from Truman. Truman is the one who had that sign on the desk. The buck stops here. Is that right? I ain't got to pass no decision on to nobody. I ain't gonna pass the buck. Right? Every president that was worth his salt, when he did something, when he allowed something, he took the blame. You remember when President Obama and his cabinet, they had said that the Affordable Care Act was ready to roll out and everything, and that people would be able to keep their insurance that they had. When it didn't quite work out like that, did he come out there and say, well, that's what they told me, when we know that he didn't draw that up by himself. He was going by what his advisors and the people that he had in charge had told him, right? But when he got out there and it didn't work out, he said, I apologize. It didn't work out like I had hoped, and I'm responsible. Right? Have Donald Trump ever took responsibility for anything that went wrong? And he never will. Like any child, you can catch him with the cookies on his mouth and his hand in the jar. He said, that ain't my hand, and that ain't no crumbs on my mouth. I ain't ate no cookies. He's scared of that whooping he about to get. Right? And if you catch, why'd you do that? I don't know. So-and-so told me to do it. Right? Rosenstein told me to fire him. Well, is Rosenstein the president? Rosenstein wasn't the president, was he? Then why you want to send him out there to answer for it? Christie told him, send Rosenstein out there. Okay. And he said, that's a good idea. And said he was going to call Rosenstein right away. That night, the White House press office called the Department of Justice and said the White House wanted to put out a statement saying that it was Rosenstein's idea to fire Comey. Rosenstein told other DOJ officials that he would not participate in putting out a quote unquote false story. The president then called Rosenstein directly and said he was watching Fox News and that the coverage had been great and that he wanted Rosenstein to do a press conference. Rosenstein responded that this was not a good idea because if the press asked him, he would tell the truth that Comey's firing was not his idea. Sessions also informed the White House counsel's office that even that evening that Rosenstein was upset that his memorandum was being portrayed as the reason for Comey's termination. See, that now they all know they're dealing with a liar. Oh, man. In an unplanned press conference late in the evening of May 9th, 2017, Spicer told reporters, quote, "It was all Rosenstein. No one from the White House. It was a DOJ decision." The DOJ can't fire the Attorney General. If you didn't hire the man, you can't fire the man. But anyway, this is how dumb they think the American people done got. That's how much confidence they have in dumbing you down. Spicer told reporters it was all Rosenstein. Quote, "It was all Rosenstein," in brackets. Rosenstein in brackets. No one from the White House. It was a DOJ decision. End quote. That evening, the next morning, White House officials and spokespeople continued to maintain that the president's decision to terminate Comey was driven by the recommendations the president received from Rosenstein and Sessions. Just lie. In the morning, on May 10th, 2017, President Trump met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak in the Oval Office. Met them in the Oval Office. The media subsequently reported that during the May 10th meeting, the president brought up his decision the prior day to terminate Comey, telling Lavrov and Kislyak, quote, "I just fired the head of the FBI. He was crazy, a real nut job." Ain't that some kind of way to be talking to Russians about your own Justice Department? Okay. That's okay with y'all, right? Okay. Right on. Real nut job. I faced great pressure because of Russia. I mean, he's talking to the Russians. I faced great pressure because of y'all, because of Russia. Let them know he's their friend. That's taken off. I'm not under investigation, end quote. The president never denied making those statements, and the White House did not dispute the account. Instead, issuing a statement that said, quote, "By grandstanding and politicizing the investigation into Russia's actions, James Comey created unnecessary pressure on our ability to engage and negotiate with Russia." admitting that they was doing something they had no business doing anyway. The investigation would have always continued, and obviously the termination of Comey would not have ended it. Once again, the real story is that our national security has been undermined by the leaking of private and highly classified information. Hicks said that when she told the president about the reports on his meeting with Lavrov, he did not look concerned and said of Comey, quote, "He is crazy," end quote. When McGahn asked the president about his comments to Lavrov, the president said it was good that Comey was fired because that took the pressure off by making it clear that he was not under investigation, so he could get more work done. That same morning, on May 10th, 2017, the president called McCabe. According to a memorandum McCabe wrote following the call, the president asked McCabe to come over to the White House to discuss whether the president should visit FBI headquarters and make a speech to the employees. It's page 284. The president said he had received, quote, hundreds of messages from FBI employees indicating their support for terminating Comey. The president also told McCabe that Comey should not have been permitted to travel back to Washington, D.C. on the FBI's airplane after he had been terminated, and that he did not want Comey, quote, in the building again, end quote, even to collect his belongings. When McCabe met with the president that afternoon, the president, without prompting, told McCabe that people in the FBI loved the president, estimated that at least 80% of the FBI had voted for him, and asked McCabe who he had voted for in the 2016 presidential election. In the afternoon of May 10th, 2017, why would he want to know who McCabe voted for? So if he didn't vote for him, he could punish him? Yeah. In the afternoon of May 10th, 2017, Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Sanders spoke to the president about his decision to fire Comey, and then spoke to the reporters in a televised press conference. Sanders told reporters that the president, the Department of Justice, and bipartisan members of Congress had lost confidence in Comey. Quote, and most importantly, the rank and file of the FBI had lost confidence in their director. I'm going to put a pin in it there. We about out of time. And so let's take this up again tomorrow. And we left off on page 284. So again, I thank all those who made it possible for us to be here talking to the world. I will never forget the kindness and the forum that you made possible for us. So may Allah bless us all and keep us safe and in our right minds. May Allah's salam alaikum.
Your
Yes, ma'am.
conference recording has stopped.
This session is no longer being recorded.
Sister Lois, you had a question?
Yes, sir. I wanted to know, since a woman cannot make a man,
Since a woman can't what?
cannot make a man, how can our sons, as they grow older into teenage, what type of Are they allowed
Follow-
teasing on each other? I know you
Well,
talk
well,
about-
it depends on what kind of teasing they doing. I mean, young men gonna do that. But the thing is, you remind the young man of the teachings of the Father, which happens to be me. I'm the one with the title Everlasting Father. If you want to be with me, you had better start conducting yourself like righteous people instead of copying this world. I'm not going to beg you. You just ain't going to be with me. Now, you suit yourself. You want to be a joker? You go on and joke. I ain't raising up jokers. I'm raising up rulers. Ain't no Martins in here. Ain't no Richard Pryors in here. Ain't no Eddie Murphys in here. If you want to be the clown, you going out there with the clowns. You don't see me clowning. And all y'all who want to send all these old crazy texts around, I know you doing that. Sending out texts with the president giving somebody the finger. Well, why would you send something like that out? Even if it was done, I would not do it. Especially with the way these people play their little games. These people can have you look like you doing anything on this with these stuff they got going. Now I'm supposed to copy that and push it on? You ain't gonna make no fool out of me. Remember that fool who put me up there, read half bunch of naked women around me? He paying right now. You see, ain't nobody coming calling here trying to dignify that stuff. You go right on ahead, but I'm warning y'all. Stop following the foolishness of this world. You are better than that. Am I clear? If you can't pull them up, don't you dare let them pull you down. When you remind somebody of the teachings, you done did your job. Don't be begging them. Am I clear? You just tell them, you know the Son of Man don't like that. If they with me, they say, you right, I ain't gonna do that. If they ain't, the hell with them. Am I clear? And spent the last 40-something years of my life begging hard-headed people. I'm tired. All right. Any more questions? It depends on what you mean having pets. I've seen just like this little cat done adopted Jabril up there. And, I'm not right now. We ain't gonna have no pets. Period. But at the same time, it's certain things that I allow right now that I would not allow later. And you know, certain little things later on, I'm thinking that we will probably have we're gonna have to do something with the animals. So I'll decide on that later. I ain't concerned about that right now. Beg your pardon? Well, they gonna keep coming around if you keep feeding them. So, you know, I ain't concerned about that. If that's the only thing y'all got to complain about, that ain't my complaint. Yes, I don't need to keep on going back and forth about cats or nothing else. You're not gonna bring me into no, you know, you know, I don't like small stuff. I'm trying to build a nation. I'm not trying to what? Better work on your character. Get your character straight, and you won't have to ask me about this other stuff. Yes.
I would just want to know, would you make it clear, youngsters as well? I don't know what they did. If you give an example of what you experienced, even if you experienced with your mom, say you don't do everything your mom tell you to do. Well, I don't think it's the boys. Well, they maybe act like, well, I ain't got to do she mama.
Well, let me tell you something. I ain't never told you I didn't do what my mama told me to do. I told you sometime I was like any old hard-headed boy. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do, and it was wrong. Now, if you take that to justify you going out there, you're gonna get yourself into something pretty soon, and you're gonna wish you had obeyed. I'm not finna bite my tongue for you because you looking for some reason to be unrighteous. If you want to take what I say to justify going and being crazy, you ain't never had a bite of pig. Never. Thanks to your mama and your daddy. I ate pig all my life up to the time I was 22. My mama and my daddy didn't know what your mama and your daddy knows. If you're too stupid to appreciate it, keep living. When these people get through with you, you will wish you had listened. You go and join with the wicked. You'll find out. You think they care something about you? Wait and see. You find out the only ones who cared about you was us, and you didn't have sense enough to appreciate it. You don't see me out here running around behind dead people. I'm either with y'all or I'm by myself. Whenever you ever walked up on me at work or any place and see some bunch of dead folks standing around me? When? Whenever you ever walked up and listened to my conversation, you could tell I was talking to somebody that wasn't no Muslim. When? When have you met somebody out there and say, oh yeah, me and the son of man tight? Yeah, we went so-and-so together. I remember we was doing so-and-so together. Even when I was up there at the shop, I got along with them brothers. I even sometimes shot pool with them. But now one of them mistook me for them. That's why they respect me. So I stand for something. And they know it. People have to respect you when you stand for something. You can tell when somebody stands for something because no matter what they're doing, no matter what you see them doing, you can still see that they stand for what they said they stood for. See.
So you all keep, you know, I'm not standing up grieving over grown folks, my children and nobody else. They'll tell you. I raised them that way. I'm not here to carry you. I carried you, but now it's time for you to be a man and be a woman. We carry them right now. I'm not here to carry grown people. I'm here for grown people to help me carry our children on into the future. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to help you grow up. So if you let me, I will help you to grow up. The white man called you boy and girl all your life because he knew he had never let you grow up. I flip you the keys to your business and I say, go handle it. If you need me, holler. Don't tell me it ain't in you. If you want to know what's in somebody, put them on their own. There's a man in every boy. There's a man trying to get out. In every girl, there's a woman trying to get out. If you put them in the right environment, they will grow into that. You haven't even noticed. You hardly ever hear me criticize any of y'all anymore. I just come and ask you what you need, what you got, what you up to. And I may offer you a little advice. If you don't take it, I ain't going to stand there going back and forth with you. You ain't got sense enough to recognize who I am now. You ain't going to never know me. So, that song is true. If you don't know me by now, you ain't going to never know me. Yeah, I'm standing up here talking to the whole world. People over in Malta and places trying to get with me, and you too stupid to accept me right here. Okay. If you don't want me, I don't want you. So we even. All right? At least I'm honest. More than I can say for them who sit up and pretend. Don't be pretending with me. I have followers that would walk up and give me $20,000 as fast as somebody else to give me $20. So that I don't, I mean, we know what we're doing. We're building a nation. That sign you see on the front of your theater there costs more than a car. But when you look at it, when you go by there and look at it, you ain't got to envy what white people have because you on your way to having that and more. Then you want to get behind my back and talk me down and all that kind of stuff. Go ahead. Allah hear you. He makes me know. He said he will pay you back your mockery. Exactly. No, I ain't getting into this over no telephone. It's just me and you talking now. You here with me.